Welcome back to the rise of Legion Apex Legends. After day one, we thought Reignite would be the name on the tips of our tongues, but no, it was Revenant to take that number one spot after a dominant 5 games. Ruthless bloodlust cascaded upon them, and they just tore through anyone who dare look at them the wrong way. However, for the remaining 5 games, or for the next 5 games of today, I cannot talk you through it alone. I'm your Castle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Crips. How you feel about this one, bud?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Kramer. I hope you're also doing well after the myriad of wonderful performances we
Much
got to see
better.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be even more interesting, right? Because today we have two different groups playing each other. Yesterday we had A and B. Today we've got B and C. So all the teams who are in the B group, obviously they get a second chance to prove themselves. But all the teams who are in Group C now, I'm assuming they were just chilling yesterday and watching the games, watching what the people react like, how they like to play, and where they like to drop. So they're gonna have a tiny, tiny advantage
Mm.
simply for the early game drops. But after that, even they're gonna have to work on the spot to gather information.
You're absolutely right. Is there a team that you're kind of looking for here? For me, it's X10 Crit. I think they had quite a disappointing day yesterday, and I think today may be one of their few days left of redemption.
I think Exton has a damn good chance today, especially with
Mm.
some of the top teams like Reignite and Team Burger not in the lobby. They're gonna get all the room that they need to run rampant. Sure, there are teams in Group C who can also stop them in their tracks, but let's be honest, other than Revenant and Reignite, there's not all that many teams who can create so many problems for you.
Mm.
In comparison.
Yeah, you have a little bit of space to farm up those points. And on topic of space to do some weird stuff, yesterday we saw Mad Maggie, we saw Rampart, we saw a I think did we see Revenant? I think we came close to at some point. The legend compositions were certainly unique. I would love to see that trend continue into today as well.
Yeah, I want to see someone pick up a Mirage just for the sake of fun. I want to see them unlock that Naruto mode, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Sarah Clone Jutsu, and go around sending bamboozles everywhere. In fact, I have a friend who happens to be the number one Mirage in South Asia. He's got like some 80,000 bamboozles on his
Oh
tracker,
my god.
and his philosophy is that Mirage is basically a recon character. It's because he keeps sending out these bamboozles every now and then in such with such good control, everyone keeps
Mhm.
shooting at them and the position gets revealed. So he's like, yeah, it's a recon character. And I'm like, bro, by that logic, I should be a pilot because I play video games which have planes.
It's a Crips I implore you do not actually get into a plane and try and take off because you played Flight Simulator a few times.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
lot more difficult
exactly,
than it
right? Exactly, right.
looks.
The same reason he can't say that Mirage is a recon character, but I
Yeah,
mean,
absolutely.
he's got a little bit of a point, right? So
On the
maybe we get to
topic
see
of
that.
on topic of legends who are slightly out of meta but still have a place, is we saw a few Newcastles in our games yesterday, and honestly, Newcastle didn't seem like he was too out of place in the current meta. His ability seemed to work very well. On top of the fact that when you have a Valkyrie, you're able to just hot drop, and once you get into combat, you have the Newcastle there, so just give an element of cover.
Exactly, and in case somebody gets downed away from you,
Yeah.
all that ultimate range, it's good enough. The range of Newcastle's ult is almost the same as the Ashe ult, so I think it's still a pretty good win-win for him to be on your team, especially when in the last few circles you have to rely on one of your teammates to go ahead and try to create space while the other two provide backup from far away. In case
Yeah.
that spearhead guy gets knocked or something else happens, in that case, the Newcastle is going to be so much more relevant than the Gibraltar.
It absolutely is. And the reason I think we're seeing Gibraltar a little bit more is Gibraltar can move a little bit better. I think Newcastle is struggling a little bit when it comes to having to pack up, and go. He's very good for digging in. We saw a lot of teams go for these huge kind of elaborate Watson almost outposts almost with just webs of these beams to make sure that no one can actually get towards their position. Newcastle sort of favors that, but as we saw Revenant do onto I can't remember what team, I think it was Team SNG yesterday. Once that Watson has their area set up, leaving it and setting it up again is so difficult. You might as well just stay there and fight to the death.
Exactly. Might as well just stay there, fight to the death, and hope that your intercept pylon, your ultimate, has enough juice to keep your shields ready and recharged. It just recharges a bit too slow, but like imagine using that in one of the last game circles
Mm,
where you do have a decent compound for yourself. I mean, all you have to do is burn down meds, right? In a situation
yeah.
like that, the interception pylon can help you retain some of those meds and just passively recharge your HP. So I
Mm.
guess even that works. But then that is assuming that you're able to get a place in the final circle, that is.
Yeah, absolutely right. And so those of you, we're about to break the fourth wall here. I know I'm gonna get all surreal. For those in the chat, believe it or not, we actually read the chat. If there's a team that you want to look out for, do let us know, and we may be able to pass it over to our observers. Of course, me and Crips have said X10 purely because of the, dare I say, lackluster performance yesterday. But if you're a fan of one of the teams in Group C, if you're a fan of one of the teams in Group B, do let us know because we will see it and we'll forward it. Oh, use this as an opportunity to not say bad things as well. No one likes it when you say bad things.
I'm pretty sure that all the people in the chat who are looking at this tournament are definitely going to have some of the other favorites, and I'm
Yeah.
sure they're looking forward to see their favorites. But inside of Group C, there's plenty of teams today who have just come
Mm.
through from the qualifiers. So the number of teams who have already established themselves as one of the best teams in the world, that is somewhat missing from Group C. EXO Clan and DreamFire, these guys are indeed some of the best, but except for Dewa United, everyone else in this group has come through from the qualifiers.
Yeah. I can't help but think that so long as Revenant is still up, as long as they're still in these games, they're going to be difficult, right? Revenant
Mm.
already number one in our overall rankings. They're looking to just continue to hammer that home now against Group C. Another team that I think I was expecting to see a little bit more from was Team NXL. I think that yesterday it felt like they had a lot of early fights, which meant they were never really able to get the momentum going for the final few rings, and so they just got overwhelmed.
Yeah. One of the teams that I really want to look out for is Team Dreamfire. And I say this because there's this really, really talented player called Rui in that team. He's
Hmm.
a Taiwanese player who, on paper, is playing for K7 Esports, but he's currently a part of the Dreamfire roster as a stand
Yeah.
in. And this guy, he not only plays the Caustic, but also the Valkyrie. So he's got the best of both the worlds. He's got characters that can help you reposition on the map and characters that can help you hold things down. So I want to see something from him today.
But now I wonder if looking over to particularly to Team Ants, who were very, very damn good yesterday, like surprisingly good yesterday. And for Team Ants, their success came in having some really, really effective third parties. Like really effective third parties. So I would like to see them continue it today because hey, it clearly works for them.
Yeah. But speaking of third parties, there's another team who wasn't able to do it all that well, and that happens to be Team 1HP. During the
Yeah.
qualifiers, this team wasn't just third partying effectively, but also disengaging in case a fourth or fifth party showed up, and then coming back later in time to sweep up the rest of the kills too. Over here, they're just simply not able to find an escape pattern, and even when they do go in for the third party, the fights go on for
Mhm.
too long, which invites more teams into the picture, and obviously that's not a good thing for 1HP. So they're struggling. At
Yeah.
least they were yesterday. Let's see if they're able to bounce back.
Hopefully they will. Hopefully they will. However, it's yeah, with 5 games, you do have a little bit of space for looking at the current scoreboards. I think you have the space to lose badly 1 or 2 maps, so long as those kind of final 4 or 3 maps are played exceptionally well. You do have a safety net, but that safety net is not going to matter if you lose your first game instantly. Then all of a sudden you have 4 games ahead of you, which you need to consecutively play out of your mind.
Exactly. I mean, the mental pressure also adds on to it, right? Because some teams have very different ways of reacting under pressure. Some of them will become even more calm and composed than they usually are, and they will just try to chill and play. Whereas the others, they become
Mhm.
hot-headed, they try to exact revenge and whatnot, and that ends up, for the most part, backfiring on them because then they're just actively looking for fights so much more. Let's see if any of
Yeah.
these teams try to move towards these polar ends of the behavioral spectrum, but I just hope that they can keep themselves centered.
I have to wait and see. Just so we will be able to head into our first game. Of course, X10 Crit was my team to watch out for, but with Revenant in Group B, I can't help but think I think I already know who's going to be winning this. I'm really feeling Revenant after the domination they showed yesterday. Bear in mind as well, as the day went on, they just got better and better and better. That final game was almost flawless from them.
Exactly. I love the way how these guys turn disadvantageous situations in their favor. They were using
Mm,
the resources of their enemies. They were keeping their own resources, in particular that Gibby bubble, in their pocket for so long. In fact, you remember that little place where they were holding, right? That massive web
yeah,
of Watson fences over there. They had to
yeah.
get out of that area, go towards the center of the circle, and they still didn't use their bubble. And I'm like, how do
Mhm.
you maintain such calm and composure? How are you able to find cover even in a massive open area like this? So that quality is going to be super important, especially because in the last few months, the meta is shifting in a position where the team that forces out their bubble at the very end is the team that ends up winning. Of course, with
Mhm.
the addition of Newcastle and Mad Maggie, the Apex devs tried to change that Gibby bubble meta, but it still is pretty damn prevalent.
Do you think that means we're going to be seeing more Man Maggie today? Probably
Uh,
not, right?
I
I would love to, but probably not. Probably
Probably
not.
not.
Wait, I feel like the only team here that's had the confidence to really bring out these weird compositions has been Reignite. And of course, with them being in Group A, we're not going to see them until tomorrow, I believe. But for Group B, what I'm interested in now is do Revenant get focused? Do Revenant get sniped by one of these teams in Group C who are looking to just take a name?
Um, Maybe considering that they're up against a new group and they are the ones who've been doing the research. They were watching the games yesterday. I think Revenant's drop locations at the very least will be revealed, and let's see if someone tries to contest them right at the start. As we jump into the first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are flying over the skies of World's Edge, going from the southern to the northern side, bisecting the map vertically, and let's see if the teams are able to find decent spots for themselves.
Let's land over there.
Main thing I'm watching out for here is mainly going to be who's going to be going for that high loot zone, who's heading for Climatizer, because as we saw yesterday, a lot of teams actually just ignored the fact it was a high loot zone. Instead, they just went to wherever they were comfortable. Early damage already being done now to Team Northside Esports as they try to already force out the Gibby bubble. They just jump to the other side of it all of a sudden. This is turning into a huge fight to have. Bear in mind, they've only been landed for a couple of seconds. The Spitfire at point blank trying to do the damage it can, but Sayan is going to get overwhelmed. Down instantly, is traded. And for Northside, that's an instant opening.
Whew, at least things didn't go south for them, pun intended. But what's concerning me over here is that if so many teams are gonna go contest each other right at the start, then certainly some of these players will not have as many points towards the end of the day. And imagine
Yep.
having 2 or 3 of these bad games right at the beginning, especially on World's Edge. We're going to be playing 3 maps of World's Edge, by the way. They need to figure out a new landing place or figure out how to go ahead and win that place for themselves. Speaking of places, here comes another battle. Early drop contention towards the side of Thermal Station. High Dynamic, they're going up against another team who has a similar composition, but this center room that High Dynamic control right now, they thought it would be their win condition, but it's turning into their trap, and now they can get flanked so easily.
This is now, it's turned into their prison, hasn't it? Dirty Laddie all around them. The Gibby taking so much damage here. Desperately trying to stay alive without shields, without ammo, without hope. They come out swinging, downing the first. However, they lose the teammate in the process. Beautiful shot with a 30-30. Can he keep his team alive here? He sees that dance around him. Valkyrie goes to the other side. The third 30-30 shot. Oh, it's incredible. The 30-30 brings Team High Dynamic Gran an instant wipe off of the back of some miracle plays from a prestiged marksman.
Weakness extends through generations.
Imagine
I
having
see.
2 marksman weapons, that too in an early game fight when all your opponents have the more appropriate amount of weaponry for that range of a battle. I mean, that's probably why their name is High Dynamic Range, right? Regardless of the range, they can make the marksman work. It's
We've had a split here.
yeah,
We've had a fairly aggressive start, haven't we? And now we're in a bit of a calm before the storm.
and I see so many teams already gravitating towards the south. Take a look at Wydon, Draw, and the rest of the boys. They just went from Fragment East towards Lava Siphon North Building, and now they're going towards Lava Siphon South Building. Little do they know that Dewa is right around the corner. This could be yet another fight that begins here, and I don't think this particular team is prepared for it.
Bear in mind, we've seen that second zone as well, so you really need to plunge yourself down south if you want to be able to get into that next zone. Already at point blank, EXO Clan limited armor, but the Peacekeeper has its damage there. A lot of output from Kilopes there, and now with the follow-up, his teammates join him. Yes, Killer's fallen, but the damage may be enough. That may be enough space to bring up his teammate. And now they hunt for the lone player left standing. The Valk already low on HP, just trying to outmaneuver himself there. Point blank, caught out by the shotgun. The Phoenix Kit isn't finished. And with that EXO full, it's Revenant to be their killer. And aptly so. We said Revenant were due to watch out for Crips. And as it appears, for good bloody reason.
Well, right off the bat, they start things off by killing off one of the stronger teams in the lobby. And while Ziki was trying to go for a flank, his other two teammates ended up engaging in a bubble fight, where obviously the numbers advantage matters. All the members of Revenant Esports stuck close to each other, traded each other well. And even though Ziggy, he managed to get off the res onto the Gibraltar, it just simply wasn't enough. Revenant had too much momentum at that point.
We could cruise over here.
Look at the space that BRP have right now. There's not a single team in their area. They're going to be able to just dig in at this point. They already know where the next zone is. Just dig in, buckle up, and get ready for what's going to be another fairly intense battle for our 4th or 5th ring. DreamFire, or the gold shields up on the Gibby. Elsewhere, Bomber Boys trying to do a bit of early damage, avoiding the Valk utility, but it's a lot of damage being done to them now. They could be in big trouble. It's only the Valkyrie left.
Yeah, and she does have a shield battery, so by the time she goes up and pumps all the recharges up, but her teammates will already be dead. Plus, she can already hear the enemies getting revived, so this is a desperate call for her to go ahead and try to stop it, but she never accounted for someone to be at the top of that house over there. And Esports make quick work of this team. They dispatch Bomber Boys off into the horizon and make their planes crash.
The plummeting screeching of the Jericho sirens going to be heard around the map here. As north side looks like their second team of the day. Already taking a lot of gunfire from actually 2 different positions. They're going to have to just buckle up, get into this building, and wait to see who dare push them first.
Yeah, and it's not like they can escape either. They were already getting shot from the eastern side, and now, while the team towards their west is a little far away, it's still not worth the risk. They have a decent spot over here in the zone, plus there's a respawn, I'm sorry, not a respawn beacon. There is a respawn beacon, but there's also a survey beacon close by. I think that's the one they're more interested in. So Revenant Esports can continue holding.
Revenant are in such a strong position at the moment, really. There's one only on gold shields. They've already got purple on most of their players. Furthermore, they're in such a strong position with the zone as well, because their far south is just the end of the map. No one's going to be able to outflank them. Instead, they now have free reign over anyone who's attempting to rotate into this position. And you see it there from the Gibby. Pot shots with the charge rifle. But it doesn't matter. At this range, you have free reign.
Exactly, and since you're towards the edge of the map, literal edge of the map, even more south than the actual thermal station POI, I don't think there's going to be too many teams who even want to fight you here in the first place. Sure, you can take long-range spot shots with the charge rifle and farm up your red shields pretty easily, but nobody would be foolish enough to full send it over here. Unless the circle tries to also move in this direction, and this becomes, this becomes like a prime spot in the 3rd or 4th circle. Unless something like that happens, and I don't really see this becoming a problem for Revenant Esports. They can continue being here without any repercussions.
Making contact with the enemy. Making contact with the enemy.
Wary of something behind them, I think. But for me, what's going to be interesting is how do they move for the final zones? Because if this zone after the next one favors them, they've won the round. I genuinely think they've just won the map, because they are so dug in such a strong position. The only way they're going to be forced out of this building is if they're flanked by about 4 teams at once.
Oh, and okay, that sounds like something straight out of a horror movie, something that I don't really see happening. Flanked by 4 teams?
You're gonna need a lot of players to try and get them out of this position.
Exactly. And why would they even want to leave this position? On paper, Revenant Esports, this is the perfect compound, right? They've got the ring scanner over here. They've got the respawn beacon over here. If something happens, then they can easily reset. But since this is towards the southern part of the map, the teams have to go through a lot of other people in order to even get here. So that's going to be the tough part. But they have a two crypto drones around them. Obviously indicating that there could be two different teams around them. But none of them are willing to reveal themselves.
I like the fact that the second they heard the drone, they all just gunned it straight into the building so they could avoid any unnecessary detection. For now, there are teams approaching them. Question is, will they be able to stop them before they get into this building? Or is this going to be a close quarters engagement?
Well, NXL, they are a little towards the center of the map. This compound that they control gives them a direct line of sight onto any team who's trying to enter from that train station region. I'm sorry, not even the train station, the train tunnel region to be more precise. But let's be honest, who on earth would actually want to go there unless they had no other choice? That seems like a place where you will instantly get crushed. But Revenant Esports also have plenty of bad neighbors right now. More teams coming in from the south rather than the north. Dewa on top of the tower over here. They also have a decent enough vantage point. And at this point, the game turns into a little game of chicken. Whoever leaves their compound first, whoever leaves the nest, is going to be the one who gets focused on.
It looks like for Dewa, they're in a position where they actually can just burn as much ammo as they want from this charge rifle, just to really try and impact some of these players. They're just at range. No one's there to challenge them. No one can risk running the gauntlet in the open. Point blank Revenant, time for their fight, and there it is, that car rifle, one mag, all to the cranium of his opposition. And like that Revenant, they ruthlessly, mercilessly dispatch the first team that dare set their gaze their way.
Oh, but there's still more people coming.
Oh my
The Peacekeeper Pop is amazing. Beltman does have a little opportunity to get away, but not side Esports. Is this flank going to be successful for them? Because they're already getting plummeted from the other side. Some other team is taking long-range pot shots at them, and that ruins Northside's push. Gives Revenant Esports enough time to reset.
I like the disconnect. I really like that north side just back off there. They hightail it, and then they attempt to potentially another day. For Revenant, they also lost a fair bit of utility in this process, but that won't stop them from pushing here.
Oh my god. Revenant Esports are actually going in for this one. You have Neku and Emilzai burning alive. It's just Sayajin left. Can he channel his inner Sayajin? Can he go super mode today? Maybe even show us a little bit of Ultra Instinct power. Revenant Esports decide to back off. They go back towards their original compound, away from that one. They've already secured 2 kills. And there is still a third member left from Northside Esports. Now, it is possible for him to collect the banners and go in for the respawn once again because, you know, it's so close. But who would dare to use a respawn beacon right into the nose of Revenant Esports?
It would be bold, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a bit
It
too
would be
bold.
very bold. For Team NXL, they're in a position now where, even though their weaponry isn't great, a lot of them still on blue shields, they're in quite a good position with the high ground, and they can just get a huge amount of damage output on anyone who just has to rotate past them or under this bridge.
Well, if anyone even gets stuck under this bridge, that's going to be like an instant death sentence. But for now, NXL WolfPack even struggling to hold the top, and Esports that really want to push this advantage. They've gotten enough time, but this caustic trap and all the other little angles that are being held by NXL, that's going to slow down Esports. And this is a little concerning. The longer they take, the less time they have to get into the zone later on. Another crack. This certainly should be a cue for them to start moving, and they've already noted that opponents are on blue sheets lesser than them. And here goes Holiday. He's already gotten the first knock. Julian trying to go around the top side, but he won't be able to find anyone as the Gibby bubble is really ruining things for him. Boylan can't even help his teammate out because of the caustic gas in the way. But regardless of the problems, they find the angles, and Esports dispatch off NXL from the lobby.
It's an outward team to watch out for, however. The shots from range are going to be harassing this resurrection for the time being. 10 squads left, 28 players, and I tell you what, Crips, a lot more death and carnage to come. That's for sure.
Oh, plenty more. But you know what, Grimmer? I'm actually surprised that half the lobby has already been wiped. Yesterday, we had like some 8 teams alive in the 4th circle. We are yet to see the 4th circle. It's gonna close in the next 40 seconds. Do you think we will see 2 more squads getting dropped in that meantime? SNG already in trouble. While the crypto drone is helping them gather all this much information, I don't know what they will do with the information because they still have no room to move.
Oh, I think that's a bid for Revenant's building there from DreamFire. And you said DreamFire was a team you want to watch out for.
Yeah.
Potentially for good reason here.
Yeah, but the player that I wanted to look at isn't really playing right now. Or maybe he's changed his name to a different alias and playing along with it. He was supposed to be just a stand-in anyway, so yeah, maybe we'll get to see him in another map or something. But DreamFire, being bad neighbors to Revenant Esports right now, this is the same building, or at least close to the same building that Revenant were holding. And like I said, nobody else is going to contest them here. I was actually surprised that people even tried to fight Revenant in the first place. But then again, they paid for it with their lives.
Hostile spotted.
Early damage being done here, and trying to harass anyone using the shield, using the zone almost as a barrier to prevent anyone from coming close to this position. Waiting for the Wraith portal to reveal itself. And I love how they spaced themselves out, waiting for this Wraith to show itself. Fortunately, they're not quite able to cancel it. Goes for the change in altitude as well. I really like this. And desperately trying to shut down this team. Unable to do so, though, as they obey the rules of the zone and head to their next one.
They obey the rules, and they realize that the person who was hiding out there has already succumbed to the zone. That means CRYPTIX Esports is out of the game. And their last member will obviously not be able to outlive the heat. Revenant Esports have such a nice setup over here. I mean, not only is that composition good enough to defend this spot, but they also have plenty of shields just lying on the floor. They took it off the bodies of their opponents, healed it up to the full, healed up to full shield, and now they're just letting it sit on the ground. So in case somebody goes in for a full push, they don't need to heal up. All they need to do is shield swap.
It's about as dug in as you can get, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
SNG doesn't realize Revenant are directly below them here, and Revenant, they still have the zone. Oh, this is going to become such a power position for them.
But DreamFire do not have the zone anymore. They need to move into Revenant Esports compound, and they need to steal this one away from them.
Absolutely do. They see him coming. Location no. Velgux gets out of there, as do the remainder. They are inviting DreamFire into this point-blank engagement here.
DreamFire, they're only finding chip damage for now. They haven't really gotten anything substantial. It's not like they're looking to get anything substantial. They know they can't push inside. Even if they get to somehow stay under this house in a little crevice or something, DreamFire will be happy with that. They just need real estate for now. But of course, kills would be desirable. No, he's trying to go for this one, but he hasn't really been able to find all that much success, and he walks into yet another trap. He's running out of places because right on top of him there's a Gibby ult, and Mexius, he's going to spray him down with the car. And this is the time for him to pull out the big gas grenade. He's making sure that DreamFire can't do all that much, but the master in the hands of Peter is doing immense amounts of damage. He's killed 2 already, and he turns around for the 3rd one. Are you serious right now? DreamFire 1v3'd at the hands of Pete. And this did not have to happen.
My
He's still
God.
doing all this damage. This Mastiff is cracked.
He's going on a rampage. And now this building that was initially Revenant's stronghold has become open season. It's the hunting grounds. It's the dungeons of despair. And with every single team realizing that this is the limited hard cover left for this map, everyone is holding firm. No one wants to give it up. And just like that, Crips, all 3 teams sit and hold their breath.
Oh, HAIWAAN Gaming. They timed their attack well enough to get inside the compound, but not well enough to catch DreamFire and dispatch them for good. And DreamFire also realized, yep, these guys are right above us. We need to get out of here. There's absolutely no reason to fight over here because it's still a long way into the zone. So they need to finish off HAIWAAN Gaming or completely ignore them, maybe use a Valkyrie and get towards the center of the circle.
Hostile spotted.
So you're right. Oh, HAIWAAN, they don't know about the players below them. They could be outflanked here.
Search right here. Spotted.
Oh, this could
This
be
is
worse.
perfect.
Exactly, like imagine they are sending HAIWAAN ahead to be the meat shield so that they get beat up by all the other teams who are already inside the zone, and then they follow up behind HAIWAAN Gaming just to take up the position that HAIWAAN has already worked so hard to acquire, steal it away from them.
See a lot of arc styles get deployed. A lot of nades actually getting thrown by HAIWAAN. Just trying to catch out these players, having to drop to the shield battery. Draining some utility, but their flankers still haven't revealed themselves. They're still playing the zone. They're still playing for time here. And it's working absolutely beautifully for them. Gibby Yoke comes down. The timing is perfect. BRP in some serious trouble here.
Yeah, they've got no heals. They're getting pressured by two different teams at the same time. They have HAIWAAN Gaming towards their south, another team on their north. But that team towards the north isn't that big of a trouble, isn't that big of a problem just yet. HAIWAAN Gaming have already found a place for themselves inside the zone, and this would be the right time for DreamFire to reveal their ugly strats, to go ahead and seal all this away from HAIWAAN Gaming. They've not only found a place in the zone, but they also have a place underneath, which obviously is going to result in their death. But Dewa, already holding this region, will surprise the hell out of them. They never saw this one coming, and now the time for Anti-Sports to fall back deeper into the zone is here. They do not want to go up against the likes of DreamFire. They've got a decent enough place, and they have absolutely no reason to fight against DreamFire.
Oh, the high ground being taken by Holiday there. That is a brave ascension to make. He is just about able to survive it, but he's beaten, battered and bruised in the process. Bolan as well, outputting this the damage here. Bolt in hand, looking to continue this harassment. Still hasn't killed anyone, hasn't downed anyone, but with cracked players now, it's a chance for the Valkyrie to push to try and harass these remaining teams. 3 squads left, and it's going to be down to who is the first one to shut down this side of Ants here. Dewa, good for another one. They take damage regardless, though. Is that a player caught out the map potentially as well?
Yeah, the entire team of DreamFire was caught out. They have been boiled alive by this merciless ring. But Anti-Sports, they are the ones who need a little bit of zone mercy right now. They're towards the low ground. Anti-Sports showering bullets from them above. And they're just keeping them cornered behind these bins. Look at the position from Holiday. He's already on a massive flank, and he's got so many angles that's going to keep this team down towards this little ledge. They just simply won't let them climb upstairs.
Hostile spotted. Never mind.
Oh, they found the DreamFire player.
Over there.
Got a bandit close by.
Oh, that isn't actually a DreamFire player. That's one of the solos who is still alive and kicking. But Strafing Flame will finally die, and that's going to be the end of Team BRP. It's just down to Dewa and Anti-Sports right now, and this is the clash of the titans, Trevor.
Lane just shreds with that Volt. Switches the flat line in time, a little bit messy at point blank. However, deploy all the utility they can. Out comes a Wraithbolt, chance to disengage. However, the rest of his team, they join the symphony of gunfire as they do. Without utility in terms of nades, they're going to have to rely on gunfire alone here. Watson goes for the high ground. Death from above here, doing a lot of damage, but not quite able to get one of these kills. Switches to the Peacekeeper. Now that's better. Good for the first. Doubles down, cracking the second player, but it does not matter. His teammate's there to clean up the mess, and with that, it's going to be a very violent opening to our second day.
Anti-Sports just keeping things calm and collected all the time, simply not letting anyone get on their flank. They held that northern side of the zone for way too long, and that paid off for them because they made sure nobody else was coming towards the left or right. The only place where they need to look is dead ahead, and everyone else just kept feeding their frags to them. There were so many teams who were just trying to scramble for cover inside the zone, and there's only like 1 or 2 places left, which was being held by Dewa United for the longest time. And anyone who tried to enter that place, be it DreamFire or be it who's that other team that was fighting against DreamFire? I believe it was my memory isn't serving me right, but
Been a thief for a while.
yeah, even BRP for that matter, they tried to get inside there, and Dewa Esports just completely destroyed them, not letting them hold the underside of that cliff. But Anti-Sports had the high ground. They were the ones who did not need to move all that much into the center of the zone. Meanwhile, they not only had to climb upstairs, but they are at a disadvantage, but they have to climb through a very narrow chokehold. So all the members of Anti-Sports can just beam them down.
The other thing that really surprised me from Ant was how Watson was played by Holiday. Usually, Watson's that grab well is used to just be thrown out and then to elevate the players you're trying to fight. That way, you can shoot them out of midair. Holiday instead uses it on himself and then goes so high up he just assumes no one would see him, and then just uses that as a chance to rain death from above, which did work in that final engagement. It did work. It allowed him as well to land with that Peacekeeper in the midst of all the chaos, but there were a few times there where he went up and just got beamed. And the fact he was risking that death every single time means that I don't see the repeatability in that for ANT.
Yeah, maybe his personal playstyle is such that he likes to get that elevation and hopefully throw off the opponent's aim to some extent. But it takes real nerves of steel to land smack in the center of that enemy camp, especially behind them, where your teammates may or may not be able to trade you. You're overextending a bit over there, but he makes it work. And because his teammates also know that he's going to dive bomb them like an absolute mad lad, they focus on providing him backup and they keep him alive. They win this game. And Esports played really well. And I'm sure they have like at least 10 kills or more. They're definitely in double digits.
For sure, for sure. Just so we'll actually be able to see our scoreboard and we can see how much they won by. But before we do, let's take a look at the highlights because Crips for a map one, for a way to start the day, we had a lot of highlights.
Oh yeah, we start off in a little slow way. It's isolated fights towards the start of the map. From outside Esports making quick work of, I do believe that this is Flexi, Sneeze, and Scorpion's team. So yeah, this is Clutch Ministers. Keep in mind that Clutch Ministers was the #1 team from the qualifier, and they got destroyed instantly in Harvester.
Really, really strong way to start, isn't it? A really strong way to start. And bear in mind, this from a high dynamic ran, this longbow 30-30 combo was actually nasty. I was so impressed he was able to make that work. This is to further it as well by saying we saw a lot of shotguns this game. A lot of point-blank engagements compared to yesterday. And I think, for me, it shows the aggression that we're going to be seeing from Group C.
Yeah, speaking of aggression, this compound became the center of all aggression ever. Revenant Esports held it for the longest time possible, and they fended off 2 teams until they faced DreamFire and this cracked Mastiff. He barely has any HP. He didn't even try to go for the shield swap in that position, but he was still able to pull off that 1v3 and keep the dream alive.
I love that little stray burst from Ant there. Actually just kills the final player on that third squad for no reason. Just a little burst, instantly removes him. And there you see that the final highlight is that Ascension from Holiday to continue to try and rain death from above. We use the phrase quite a bit, but it's true. It did work. And that Peacekeeper at point blank, I mean, that is a nasty weapon to go up against.
Nasty indeed. What's even nastier is how he did not just get the high ground with the gravity lift. His teammates were also holding that upper cliff for the longest time, and they were able to stop more than just DreamFire from that location. I'm sure they must have gotten 1 or 2 kills from these straggling rats also, who were just trying to find a safe place to call home inside that last circle, but there was just simply nothing left. It's either underneath that cliff where Dewa was holding or above where Esports is. If you're anywhere in the center, you're gonna get massacred.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now, before we head into our kind of second map, I want to see a lot more of a concerted effort for getting into these zones a little bit earlier. We saw that, particularly Dream, they ended up being trapped on the lava because they just rotated so late. They had no viable way to actually get into that zone. It meant they got eliminated a little bit early. If the adaptations come in, I think we are going to be seeing some very chaotic 4th and 5th rings. But it entirely comes down to how they modulate the aggression of Group C.
Yeah, it comes down to how they modulate the aggression. We saw several Group C teams who got massacred at the hands of teams from Group B, which makes sense, right? Group B are the teams. Group B has more invited teams, and Group C is more along the lines of qualified teams. So they're gonna have a tougher time regardless. But all the teams from Group C, if they can figure out a way to avoid fighting one of these invited teams and just feed on each other, try to kill the weaker prey in the pack, then maybe they can farm up some points. Then maybe they can stay relevant and maybe even get into the top 20.
Maybe they can stay relevant. We'll have to see. But Crips, is there a team that you think needs to really step it up now moving into our second game? That you think had quite a disappointing opening?
Definitely Clutch Ministers.
Mm,
These were, the bunch of players who were pushing the entire lobby in the qualifier. I mean, they were the ones who pick up a lineup like Valkyrie, Wraith, and Octane, just full fighting build, absolutely no
yep.
defense. And they go around massacring the lobby, right? So
Mhm.
if that is their playstyle, I'd like to see some of that today. And even if they go for a little more normalish playstyle, like pick up a defensive character or, not play as aggressively as they were doing in the qualifiers, that would also be
Mm.
desirable. But over here, they didn't even get a chance to show themselves. They got eliminated right off the bat. Justin Harvest a drop against I believe it was Northside Esports. So yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of want to see them win at least their initial duel. Then we'll see
Mm.
how they do in the late game.
I'm surprised they even have to take an initial duel, to be honest. I think that out of all the points of the map, I think two of them had an early engagement on them. It's just unlucky that Clutch Ministers happened to be one of the only two, right? That being said, if you are the team that was number one in the qualifiers, if you are the team that everyone's watching out for, then you are expected to win those initial duels, those hot drop duels here. And for me, yes, I expect them to win the next one. In fact, I don't expect anyone to drop with them for the next one. I suspect they're going to just fan out and go to a very uncontested area.
I mean, are there even uncontested areas left? We saw that once again, Overlook was overlooked. Fragment West was a little more empty, rather. Fragment East was somewhat occupied, so maybe that's a position you want to go at. But then again, it's Fragment, right? Are you still going to be up
Mm,
for the risk? Do you have that appetite? I'm not sure if the teams have this. Um, I'm not sure whether there were teams towards Lava City and Big Mon region, towards the western side of the map. I would obviously like to see whether those areas were contested. We didn't see any fights over there for sure, but maybe there was like individual teams. So there are still POIs
mm.
up for grabs if you do your research and if you're able to avoid everyone else really well. If nothing else, just go to Skyhook, loot like half the city, avoid the other half where your enemy is, just get out of there.
Mm. The other thing I'm really interested in seeing is whether or not Revenant are going to be able to make a more of a aggressive round from them, to be honest, because from the way we saw it, they got an insane position in that compound and then just held it. And I mean,
Yeah.
yes, they did kill the first two teams that fought them, but they just got overwhelmed in the end. And for me, that's not the Revenant that we saw yesterday. The Revenant we saw yesterday is pushing, killing. If it moves, it dies. If it dies, they move on. And it's from playing from trapping yourself in a compound that just isn't that playstyle. It just doesn't suit them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, up next we're going to be heading into Storm Point, and
Hmm.
people do prefer to move around quite a lot in Storm Point as opposed to World's Edge.
Yep.
Storm Point is a little less campy than World's Edge, so maybe Revenant Esports can channel their actual playstyle over there and hopefully show us something beautiful. Again, yesterday we saw that there were teams who were doing only well on Storm Point. Team Burger, I mean, of course, they're not playing here today, but of course, these playstyles between the maps also have a massive impact on how many points a team is able to get.
Mm. Yeah, absolutely right. In just a moment, do we go to break or are we going to be going straight into our second map? I believe it's straight to second map from the length this
I,
has been.
I mean, yeah,
Oh, we're going to a break. We're going to a break, everyone. We'll be back in about 2 minutes or so with our second game of the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. Welcome back to Rise of Legion, Apex Legends. We saw game one in which Ants were able to make a very nice inroad. After the success of yesterday, they continue it today in taking our first map. However, we have 4 more to go, 4 more which I cannot take you through alone. I'm Mikasa Crabber 3, I'm joined by the wonderful and amazing Crips. How are you feeling about game 2?
I'm feeling really good. We're heading into Storm Point, and to be honest, I kind of want to look at the nice fluorescent blue water. Wait, is that the right word? Fluorescent blue? I think.
Fluorescent? I
I
kind
think
of.
that's. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I think fluorescent was
Fluorescent.
green,
If something's fluorescent, it's kind of electric, so probably not. But
or rather the teal blue water, the beautiful
teal
beaches
blue,
of
we can do
Storm
teal
Point.
blue.
Yeah,
I
I
tell,
mean,
I tell you what, that's a home experiment I'm making later. Can we turn water into fluorescent lights? We'll give it a try.
I
Probably
thought you were.
electrocute ourselves in the process. Oh,
I thought you were
you
gonna
won't
say
know if you don't
something
try
along.
it.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say something more along the lines of turning water into wine, but sure, electrocuting yourself sounds fine.
If I had that talent, I would be passed out on my sofa downstairs right now. Unfortunately, I do not possess that talent as much as I wish I could.
Oh, well, I'm sure you'd have a lot more talents, such as even walking on water, if you could turn water into wine. But let's take a
Right.
look at the scoreboards and let's see who can't walk on water, but they can at least walk on top of the corpses of all their enemies. Let's see who's at the top.
For me, the main one that surprises me is how well DreamFire did. Considering how, when they went out, we saw them sort of trapped in a corner, not really being able to do anything of significance. And what's happened is, actually, they were able to kill so many players in their exodus up to that position that their placement was enough to just secure them only a point shy of second.
And they made up for it with all those kills. You consider Dewa United as well, right? They were only able to kill 2 squads. One of them was, I believe it was this unfortunate BRP squad, and another one was just trying to make their way inside, and they went under the cliff thinking it's safe, but then they were like, surprise, we're already here. So that was one of the squads they killed, and they must have killed someone else before they rotated into the third circle. Other than that, they were really didn't really do all that much because they couldn't, right? The position that they were holding was such that they didn't have a lot of angles. They were just holding underneath. Dreamfire, on the other hand, they made a risky push onto obviously one of the stronger teams in the lobby, Revenant Esports, and they were able to wipe them off as well. Their Caustic pulled off a 1v3, and that's exactly why Dreamfire was able to get as many points as they did.
Their Dreamfire were very good at point blank as well. I mean, their shotgun usage was just incredible. For Ants, I really like how they sort of contradicted everyone else on the game. They, even though it looked like they were playing point blank, all their almost initial fights were at some significant range, which meant they were able to farm some fairly decent shields before they even considered approaching any team at all. The only team actually that kind of matched them in utility was Revenant, but Revenant, as we saw, just got overwhelmed. All their points have come from their kills.
Revenant Esports, all the points from the kills, tells you everything you need to know about them, right? Even though this was not as great of a game as they had yesterday, they're still on the tippy top. 10 points out of this game is also damn impressive. And keep in mind that just as long as you have more than 10 points a game, as long as you can maintain that average, you're still going to find yourself in the top 5 teams. So I think Revenant Esports, with already their position secured on top of the ladder, I don't think they need to worry about anything as long as they can, keep this level of performance up. I don't think anyone's stealing this victory away from them.
I also want to highlight BRP, who are 5th place with 7 points, 0 kills. They've done a pacifist run, but they were able to survive to a point where they're actually able to get those get that top 5 positions. So really strong game from them, even if it is just down to sneaking about and sort of maneuvering your way around your opponents. If it gets your points, it works. And I'm kind of curious to see if there is a team that can do well by just not getting any kills at all.
But you got to consider that sneaking into a zone like this is so difficult, right? There's only 3 choke point entrances towards thermal station. All 3 of them are going to be jam packed. Plus, even if you want to rotate towards the center of the circle, you're going to have to go through not only a massive open area on the top of the cliff, But once you
Yeah.
actually get past it, you have to dodge all the lava rivers and so many other nooks and crannies where teams could be just waiting around the corner, and there's barely any compound cover available. So
Yeah.
the fact that you're able to survive in a zone like this itself is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it truly is. I'm interested to see if there's going to be any more sort of attempts to hunker down like Revenant did, or if it's going to be that same sort of aggression that you suspected that would be seeing, purely because the map does favor these faster plays, these faster approaches. And for Revenant, I think that is just their playstyle. So I'm expecting a Revenant to sort of pop off here. The other team I'm really looking forward to seeing is, I said in the pre-game, and they did terribly last game, is X10. They played really badly last map. So hopefully they can recover it moving here. Bear in mind that yesterday they did have a warm-up time as well.
I'm kind of looking forward to seeing NXL. These guys also have a decent bit of squad fighting ability, and in Storm Point, when the map is big enough, I hope they don't get third-partied, so we can see this team also pop off. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live over the skies of Storm Point, and here we are in the second game. We are going all the way from Launchpad towards the Downed Beast and the dropship. It's a little skewed towards the north, so I want to see how teams decide to go to it. Sea Cave and all those southern regions.
I think early fights here are going to be important, very important. But purely because we see Loot Zone here being almost beelined by a lot of these teams, and Revenant may find themselves with a drop fight potentially here. In fact, Revenant really fanning out here. This is brave on their part. It was the same strat I believe we saw Reignite do yesterday. Luckily for them, it may pay off because the only team in their vicinity is NXL, but they too have split up massively here.
Well, let's see if this split actually helps them out or not. BRP. They're nicely secured inside the wall. Nobody else can test them over here. But there are several teams towards the mill who could come in and run into them. But we have other priorities now. It's Team EXO Clan who are busy fighting for their lives inside of fish farms. Oh, what a close affair over there. He just about managed to get inside that Gibby bubble. But I don't think it's going to keep him safe for all that long.
No, I don't think so either. That R99 trying to do the damage it can. Instead, they actually ignore the Gibby and for a moment heading to someone else. But with that Gibby quelled, there's going to be a lot of early damage done by EXO Clan and a hell of a way to start your map.
I can't say the same for Clutch Ministers, man. 2 games in a row, they've been eliminated off the drop. Last time they lost against Northside Esports and Harvester. Now they went towards fish farms and take a beating against EXO Clan. I mean, Clutch Ministers isn't even the kind of team that goes to fish farms. They're the kind of team that really likes to drop into one of the hotter places. But even when they took a safe drop spot, comparatively safe drop spot, they were destroyed at the hands of EXO. And that's 2 games back-to-back, them getting 0 points. The #1 qualified team having absolutely no points at all, that seems very difficult to believe.
It's the #1 qualified team that's getting stomped as well. For CRYPTIX, it looks like they're going to be relatively uncontested here as they look to just get as much loot as humanly possible. Bear in mind that we're seeing a lot more action in our first 2 zones in this sort of group matchup than we did with Group A and Group B yesterday.
You can already see the next circle. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but it's heading towards checkpoint and the down beast. But CRYPTIX Esports, I just hope they don't head straight down. They're having a little bit of trouble inside Sea Cave, and they've already lost one of their members. The Seer is down. It's actually not in the position where he can be revived, and Night King wouldn't even get the time to do so. He's just busy trying to save his own life. SNG want to secure this win over here. They want to make sure they can bury them here and now, and they're going to do the same with Night King. Just one more player left to be found. And he's running away. He's trying to save his life.
Understandably so, frankly. They get the hell out of there, but the hot pursuit is on. And it looks like SNG have a really good idea as to where this attack's coming from here. They're just gunning it straight towards these players. And my worry for SNG here is they don't want to overextend. They don't want to be baited into fighting another team here.
I just hope that they don't run into another team in the first place. I mean, how many other teams would you expect inside Sea Cave? Unless they chase their enemies all the way down to the ends of the earth and that particular enemy runs into another team, I don't think SNG are in a little bit of trouble. Oh, he takes a shortcut around the rock.
That was a long hunt. That really was. Was it worth killing Isaac for that loot? Probably not.
Yeah, but
at least they get
Isaac
those extra
also-
points.
Isaac also would have been so surprised to see himself getting shot from a position like that, right? But
Yeah,
forget about
absolutely.
Isaac. Here comes Bomber Boys, and they are fighting just on the edge of fish farms. They might still be up against EXO Clan, who've already claimed the life of their Caustic, but their priorities are not sorted. He's too busy fighting a prowler rather than his enemy. Oh my god, not like this. Bomber Boys go down while trying to fight the animals. Meanwhile, PROJECTXXX, this team has a player called Sick Warrior who happens to be one of the best streamers in India, but up against one of the finest teams in the planet. Can they survive this one? They're gonna leave Sick Warrior for the dead and move away from this one. Ravi Gang might not even get to make it out of here. Neither will Zayd as he gets chipped down. Death by 1,000 paper kits when you're on that trident.
It genuinely is now, and with EXO Clan looking to mop up the remaining players, there's a chance to get as much loot and move on. For EXO Clan, what's interesting is that they're mainly focusing on the Prowlers here, rather than actually going to an next POI. Bear in mind the zone is so far from them, that's a bit of a risky move, I'd say.
Yeah, but I'd rather take the risk now than do something crazy in the last zone. So, Northside Esports, they are more than willing to step up over here. They've already won their early game fight in the previous game. They were able to win against Lakh Ministers, but over here, if they do something similar, that would be nice. Although, Northside Esports, I didn't really see too much from them towards the middle of the game. Especially when they had to move into the circle and they ran into not just Revenant Esports, but also whatever was remaining of BRP. Of course, BRP didn't pose much of a threat to them, but I hope something similar doesn't happen once more. And Esports also looking to challenge them over here, but they're just waiting for someone to move out into the open and end up getting caught off guard.
Northside, who had a very dominant start to our last map, now taking a bit of an unorthodox route.
Ultimate
Around to
Explorer here.
potentially outflank a lot of these teams here.
I think all they want to do is avoid getting spotted by the members of Anti-Sports who are currently on top.
Danger close.
So maybe if they go alongside this wall and try to make it towards the... I mean, not the wall, the POI, the wall. If they try to go around that side, maybe they can get away scot-free. The angles from top do not let them see towards the eastern side of the map, so hopefully they can make it across. But then they're scanning the positions already, so it's not like they want to get away. Their intentions to fight has been made clear.
Considering Holiday's second weapon here is a Mozambique, I can't help but think that App may be ever so slightly under-equipped, actually, for taking an engagement here.
Hey, I would much rather have a Mozambique than an EVA 8 these days.
Nah, Mozambiques are terrible.
It is terrible, but the EVA is worse right now. Oh,
If you try to shoot a Mozambique in real life, you'll probably lose your wrist.
thank God I don't have access to guns in real life. But
Yeah.
then again, Northside
Mozambiques, I don't
Esports
think, are a real thing.
can already sense
Thankfully.
some of the other fight happening towards the left-hand side of this area. Now, we don't know who those two teams are, but I'm sure that Anti-Sports have a much better angle on those guys far away since they've got the elevation.
I'm surprised that Ants haven't chosen to drop down onto Northside here.
Yeah. I mean, they know
Very,
their general location because of the Bloodhound
Yeah.
scans, but again, they can't, you know, get anything pinned down for certain.
Also, Ants don't actually have any... They don't have good shields. They don't have decent weapons. They need to force a fight with a team so that they can just try and level up here. We're seeing a few players potentially inch forward. There's no kill yet.
Target spotted here.
Oh, hold on. Even X10 is approaching this area.
Ooh.
This is turning into a 3-team affair. Ant, X10, North. I mean, we all had high expectations from X10 and Ant. Northside Esports, they did pretty well in the early game last time, but let's see if they can pull off something amazing. And if I'm not wrong, a lot of these other teams will now start to take early positions in this region. Since X10 hold the main building, SNG are going to be even more trouble because they have to make it all the way to its north side of the map. They have to cross a massive amount of distance.
Bit of a risk taking this armory, bear in mind that half of it is completely inaccessible. At range, oh, X10, lovely accuracy from the caustic there. Return fire continues to harass them.
Go ahead, shoot down that dragon. Save the princess.
Shrek would have been a very different movie if Shrek had firearms.
That's animal cruelty right there. I guess he's just trying to level up his Evo shield because he's like 5 damage away, right? So one more shot onto a dragon and he's gonna have purple.
That would have been hitting one more shot onto a dragon though.
You don't have to do him like that, Tremor.
I'm sorry. That was toxic.
It was pretty damn toxic. Oh, but a fourth team.
Yeah.
A fourth team has showed up over here, maybe even a fifth one. I see 2 teams in the trenches. So one of them is DreamFire. The other one could be behind, and that's a third team, by the way. There's already Anti-Sports on top, North Esports underneath them. We have X10 inside the main building, who have now exit and are trying to finish off the members of NXL.
NXL full, eliminated 13th place for that team. So X10 Crit are going to rest on their laurels while they wait to see where this next zone is going to be. More importantly, how they're going to have to rotate from this position. A lot of meds there, a lot of shields there, everything you could ask for X10. But how can they wield this? How do they hold it? More importantly, how do they try and keep these other teams away from this loot? I love how we saw them drop all their shields and health there, because they then pick up the remaining utility from the bodies, go back up to their position, and now they have double.
One win condition for X10 over here would be to keep the teams inside the trenches alive. Keep in mind that those teams inside the trenches, they are their sponge and cushion. They are the ones who will soften the blow from the remaining teams who are trying to make their way towards the northern side of this map.
Yep.
Let's go here.
And anti-splits have... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, he's certainly been deployed as kind of a gateway to these trenches here. Here's the thing, Crips. Trenches can only be held for so long, right? Bearing in mind that you have so many bangalores in this lobby, that the smokes are going to make this such a difficult area to fight in.
Unless you have a digital thread. That changes everything. But yeah, speaking of bangalores, a lot of them have been becoming popular in the meta recently. But what I'm surprised by is the fact that Checkpoint is completely uncontested. Everyone is more towards the northern side of the map, especially towards North Bad, and not even the actual north, just the northwest. The other little compounds over there, the one which just got pinged on your map, that one's uncontested. Even the one towards the southeast of it, I'm sorry, towards the southwest of it, even that one's uncontested. There are still plenty of spots available for the taking. So this area can house a lot more teams. There's room available. But the rent, oh, that is quite high. You have to pay rent. You have to pay rent in blood.
It's this rent you can only play once, isn't it? as the rest of DreamFire, they're waiting for an angle to sort of show itself, to reveal itself. And I'm, as you mentioned, very surprised no one's gone towards checkpoints. Luckily, this next zone is going to be in the trenches anyway. But still, there was a lot of loot at checkpoint potentially.
Yeah, you could use it as a staging area to come down here. I mean, there's just one narrow corridor that, from checkpoints, allows you to see all the way towards the tower of this place, of Northpad. And this is the corridor that I'm talking about, right? If you take that corridor downstairs, you will have a decent amount of cover for yourself. There are little rocks towards the side of this passage that can keep you safe from the teams in the trenches and from the teams in Not Bad. But yeah, if anyone comes from behind you, then you're kind of screwed.
So in other sectors, in a second, we might finally have this this clash between teams here. Bear in mind that it's been a good while since these teams have actually engaged with each other. It's been almost a stalemate, a standoff for the last kind of 5-10 minutes here. We're finally going to see some engagements. We're finally going to see a fight here. 35 players left as we approach our kind of minute left before our third zone. Is quite a populated ring.
It is a really populated, really crowded ring. I'm not sure how these people are not feeling claustrophobic already, because I certainly am. BRP has claimed one of the edge compounds. Now, it keeps them safe for the next 50 seconds, but what about after it? Surely they're going to have to leave someday. They can use the trenches and get inside, but keep in mind that you don't know what lies inside the trenches. You don't know exactly who's on the other side of this one. At least when you're upstairs, you can get some information, right? The only difference is if you do poke your head out, you're going to get smacked. It's like a game of whack-a-mole for every other team.
Luckily for them, once that zone does come in, they can actually go to the edge of that tower and still survive. So they are in a reasonably comfortable position for now. As is X10 Crit, look at all the meds they have available for them.
Oh, yeah? X10, they're treating this compound like how Revenant Esports were treating that house in the last game. They just got everything lying around. The meds, the shields. Oh, there's another fight happening inside the trenches. Two teams, Gibby ulting. Not just Gibby ulting, just Gibby doming, my bad. But they did use the jump tower Valkyrie ult to get inside that trench region and start the fight. I want to see who those two teams are and what they end up doing to each other. If any other team even tries to participate in that particular one. But so far, we have no casualties.
It's so surprising that there are no casualties yet. It's so surprising. Now in the sewers, under the trench network, under these watchtowers, we finally going to have a fight. A lot of shots go off. It's going to be X10, the main targets of this attack. And they actually dive into the Gibbs shield here. They're not quite able to peek through it. Instead, they're going to have to rely on their nades to be able to do this. The odd caustic trap is going to be thrown out as well, just to try and aid in this process. But there's still no significant damage done.
Exactly, and they can't even get the damage done. If X10 leave their building, they're gonna get shot from anti-spots above. And SNG, they might have just found enough space for themselves to stay alive over here. X10 no longer have angles on them. Anti-spots no longer have angles on them. And if X10 even tries to get the angles, anti-spots will take care of them. So X10 have no choice but to stay put over here and just be okay with the fact that there are teams above and below them. You know,
they've been on.
Sorry,
they've been out there for so long.
Yeah. You know, we pointed out yesterday that Apex is probably the only game where having the low ground doesn't necessarily mean a death sentence. Oh, but look at the move that Bolden is trying to go for. He's trying to place a portal. Oh, okay, now I understand why. He's just trying to go ahead and loot all this stuff that Dewa has left behind. But there's another team who's trying to contest them now. They Valkyried on top of them. Behind them, actually, anti-spots. They still have the high ground, but now they can shoot in every direction. They've got X10 in front of them in the building, another team behind them in the water, and then they have Northeast Sports directly underneath them too. Oh, at this point, anti-spots have so many options, but who do they prioritize first?
Let's scope this quadrant out.
Who do they prioritize first? For me, Crypts, it's a matter of just laying in wait. I feel like for Ants, just upgrade your shields. Just keep doing harassment. Just wait to see what the response is from these teams. See if any dare push you. We saw Team 1 HP. I believe the Bangladeshi team, if I'm not mistaken, actually just carrying and hiding. Very much already a player down. They need to make up for that somehow. And waiting to potentially third party the final two teams is a great way to do that.
Well, the zone moves even further towards the north. No, forget about third party Kremlin. You're gonna see fifth, sixth something party. In fact, the only party that we are about to have is that for X10 and anti-spots, because they have plenty of angles onto all these teams who need to find a way inside the zone. Otherwise, they're gonna be super displaced. And so far, it seems like Rapunzel, well, she's letting her hair flow free, and her bullets are deadly.
Bandit close by, visual clear.
A lot of utility being deployed here. And a lot of harassment from X10 Crit. They're all just continuing to pummel any team that dare peek them. Elsewhere, SNG, they're looking to make their way through the trench network, but they're almost wary of peeking into these players, knowing that there are so many other teams waiting. 27 players left, and we're about to get to our 5th ring, Crips.
Oh my god, this is too populated, too crowded. I'm surprised that teams still haven't started killing each other. There's only 2 teams who have died in the last one circle. That is much lesser than what I would have anticipated, but all these underground regions will be negated right now in the next 1 minute 20 seconds. And X10, you can see that they've been waiting here for so long, but they just simply can't leave because anti-sports are above them and they can't even find anyone underneath them. They can hear the other team on the other side, but they're taking this risk. They go in for the full send, and here comes the push. Nuturusama almost gets away with his life. 1 HP worth of health left, but he makes it inside. He makes it inside. That was too close for comfort. If the Nuturusama went down over there, there's absolutely no way to revive him.
No way at all. They hold on. They cling on. And now for Team Ants, they've done nothing all game. They haven't had to do anything. They've just been harassing. They've just been holding. And it's actually gone so damn well for them. This high ground is such an effective point to work with.
I know, right? But what's going to happen when you're forced to relinquish this one? Oh, they find an opportunity, and Esports finally get off their high horse and try to gather some points as well in the form of a third party. But so far, they're playing it pretty well. They're not overextending. They're making sure that even if they don't get the kills, at least they don't lose any players, but they don't account for another team to be on their left-hand side. And with that, Bolin, he's going to back out of here. Jalen and Holiday can continue holding angles, but Holiday's just simply not seeing anything. Oh, now he sees a Valcult coming out on top. Let's see where this team lands. BRP has taken the position that North Esports were once holding, and they have become the kill leaders right now. That definitely doesn't bode well for any of the others.
Oh, there's the drop. Did it hit the black hole? I don't think it did. Instead, it's point blank from Holiday. Hit the bravery to go for that. He's even able to momentarily get away through the black hole. More damage attempting to be done here, but it's just not enough. It's all on to Bolin, who cannot open this door. Has to shield cell first. Gets ready for his engagement. There's that swing. There's that damage. But it's just not enough. Has to switch to the wingman now. Being swarmed, being harassed from all angles. Headshot for the first. Beautiful shot on the first, but it's just not enough. Finished off, taken down. And like that, and usurped from their throne as they watch over the trench network.
Yo! Look at this angle! Okay, I have never been here before. I guess the only way to get up here is either if you Valkyrie directly on top or use that horizon gravity lift. This is such a creative spot. I've not seen this before. And let's see if it actually pays off for them or not. They're gonna have to leave here in the next 30 seconds, but hey, those 30 seconds are crucial. 2 or 3 teams could die in that time frame, and that should give them enough placement points to keep themselves afloat in the long run.
X10 at the polar opposite angle here, realizing that the watchtower probably won't have too much attention drawn to them. It's playing for timing, it's playing for momentum here. That's trench network. I'm surprised you haven't seen as much fighting in the trench network, considering how many players are there. There's still 19 players left as we enter round 6 now. In just a moment, these charge rifles just trying to get the damage wherever possible. Yet to see it though.
DreamFire. They're so paranoid about someone coming in from behind them. Oh, but they won't be seeing anyone over there. They might as well just focus towards the front. They can hear gunshots and footsteps all over the place, but now they realize that those footsteps are coming out from top. Fire. They're cracking anyone who's trying to jump off this building, and Nuturusama finally goes down. That's the Caustic getting in a lot of trouble. If the Caustic was still alive for the side of X10, it would have been amazing because that is the best character for an early, for a late game fight like this. But EXO Clan, they're still holding on to long range advantage. The high ground paying off so many dividends as they are able to shatter anyone else who's trying to get out of that tiny corner. They've got X10 in the bag. They've got them cornered like a rat, and there's no way for them to get out of this one alive. They're falling like flies. Even Rocky is trying to steal the kills from below, and he successfully managed to disappoint EXO Clan that way. But when they do go for the drop, will it actually help them or not?
EXO Clan, they're just raining death from above here. They've got so many strong angles to work with here. Instead, the only player team that may actually be able to survive this is, in fact, SMG, who on the low ground won't be able to be caught out from this hellfire coming from EXO Clan, like the AEC 130s, like a deity smiling upon his people. He molds them and he sculpts them in any way, shape or form. But as much as watching it's fun, it's not as fun as making the carnage. EXO drop, they get this first kill. They look to tear through the remaining players. However, there is still 11 players standing on such a limited zone. The utility, the bombardment is just insurmountable. So much damage coming out from the near amounts of utility. It is absolute chaos. There's no vision, there's no shields, there's no hope. And instead, the only thing you may have left are rockets deployed by the Valkyrie. It's a huge amount of damage, but there's no kill yet from above in mid-air. The Valkyrie puts down EXO.
My goodness, I didn't know if I was watching Apex at that point or if I was just watching a Mumbai local trying to get all the passengers cramped in. And then to finish it off, there's air action between the two Valkyries. Oh my god, that is the most stylish way EXO could have won this game. They stayed on top for the longest time possible, and the moment they dropped, the Gibby bubble went up. Their Gibby ultimate is raining down on everyone else, and those who don't have cover will succumb. These guys played it to perfection.
They absolutely did. And what I really like from EXO is identifying that the high ground is everything. As I disagree with you a little bit, Crips. For me, high ground is everything in Apex. If you have the high ground, you've won. And so with being able to take that high ground off of X10 there means that you've got just unrelenting access to anyone who's having to move away from the zone. Anyone who's poking their head out of a building above a trench, it's your chance to just take it off. And better still, even if you're not killing them, your shields will go straight up to red in no time. Furthermore, when you do have that final zone when everyone is running, it's a chance to just drop everything onto them and just have a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, but then there was so many teams holding the underground regions as well, right? Teams who just simply are not threatened by either X10, who's holding on top, or EXO Clan, wherever you see on top at whatever point of the map. Let's jump into the highlights and see what happened, because to be honest, if there is a chaotic game like this towards the end, even the highlights won't do justice. You're going to have to watch this game 2 or 3 times over to completely get what was happening at every single moment. And yeah, I don't know, man. Such a chaotic game. I just hope we don't get to see something like this in World's Edge, which is supposed to be the more campier map, but still, because of this, because of the amount of nooks and crannies available in the Lost Circle like this, so many players were, still alive. And I was actually surprised that all these players managed to stay alive for all that long. It's like 3. I don't know what exactly is the word for it, but 3 bay fronts to this North Pad region. 3 underground areas where there's bins and everything else. So 3 teams can find a house for themselves over there. But this position on the top was so heavily contested by almost everybody, right? I mean, Anti-Sports held it for the longest time possible, but then somebody used the Valk ultimate to get up on top of them, and then Bolin was just to his own devices. He wasn't able to hold off this relentless wave of enemies coming at him, so EXO just took the spot for themselves.
Yeah, for me, that game, while it was great that Ant was able to hold it for so long, EXO, the reason they won is because they too had the high ground. You see this, right? Look at it. This is just cruel. They're just dropping shot after shot onto players who can't even defend themselves. And then to end it, I mean, what a way to end it. Valk versus Valk in a battle for the skies.
Yeah, because there's literally no land left. Whatever land is there, it's either covered in arc stars or grenades or Gibby bubbles where you can't shoot your enemies. I mean, look at that. Half the time, you can't even realize whether that's your own team's Gibby bubble or the enemies, or if that's just the ring. So you're going to have to dance around in those miniature walls over there. The only place where you can't dance is in the sky like that. And now that I see it in the replay, I realize that it wasn't just an air-to-air fight. When he was dropping, he kind of landed on the other Valkyrie's head like that. He landed on her head for a second.
It was a Goomba stomp. it was an actual Goomba stomp. I am just so impressed with the way I actually played that, and for me, that just shows the effect and the strength of having high ground. I even though they probably didn't win on kill count, I really want to see the damage they actually output there. So I guarantee you they won on damage. Just from even being able to just drop arc stars and just throw them out to anyone who was even within eye shot below them.
For that matter, I think Anti-Sports will have even more damage because they were up there for much longer, right? They were able to see so many more teams and keep taking pot shots. I mean, EXO Clan, sure, they only came in at the end, but they didn't care about the damage. They were like, if we shoot to kill. We don't shoot it to farm damage or farm up our Evo shields to red or whatever. But yeah, EXO Clan, really brave decision in the first place to go up against
Yeah,
anti-esports like that, landing on such a narrow platform, especially when there's already a team present over there. And the moment
yeah.
they landed, there was like this Horizon ult present, there was a Gibby bubble as well, and there was so much chaos and pandemonium. The fact that they were able to keep themselves calm in that situation, amazing.
Absolutely amazing. And as we now kind of go up to the hype of game 3, suddenly Revenant are actually turning into they're having quite a bad day, actually. And for X10, we said they needed a warm-up game. That was their warm-up game, map 1. They come to map 2, they looked bloody effective. Instead, EXO are the ones now who are looking to make their presence known. All of a sudden, Group C might bear some teeth here, Crips.
Group C definitely having some potential, but there's still a lot of these qualifier teams who are yet to show up. The only team that I saw becoming somewhat happy in this game was Team 1HP, because
Hmm.
at least they managed to get inside the top 10. So this was
Yeah.
definitely a much better game for them than what they had yesterday, but still, it's
Mm.
nowhere close to being at the top. And Clutch Ministers, they had two horrible games back to back. They were the first bloods in both those games.
Yeah, it's here's the thing: for if you are a member of Clutch Ministers, where do you drop? Because everywhere you've attempted, you try a passive drop, you die. You try another passive drop, you die. Do you just say Sonic, go for the hot drops? You're going to be fighting for that position anyway. You might as well have a little bit more reward there next to your risk. And for Clutch Ministers, yes, they did well in the open qualifiers. I think the open qualifier play style to the actual tournament is very different, though, and I think that's coming to bite them as a bit of a culture shock.
I'm not sure about Culture Shock, but all the other teams who try to get inside this SA lobby while they're from the other parts of the world, they are shocking everyone else over here. They bring their own playstyle, and it's so much more deadly. But
Yeah.
I'm really starting to get concerned for the next game right now. I mean, we already saw how World's Edge ended in the previous one.
Mhm.
That was much slower in comparison to Stormpoint, and slower, I mean, movement wise. A lot of other teams started to position themselves early on, and I thought we would get to see something like that in World's Edge only, but even in Stormpoint, right at the second circle, we had teams who are already booking and calling dibs on some of these buildings in Northpad. Like X10 was not anywhere close, but they came in and took that main building very early on before anti-sports could even get up on top. And even Northside Esports, sure, they probably wanted to get out of that region, go finish more loot and gather more resources. They just had no choice but to stay there for the rest of the game. And that's exactly why the other teams from Group C were able to move in and wipe them out. I do believe it was PRB who were able to get the
Yeah.
drop on them, but I'm not sure if it is indeed them or not.
I have a little gripe with BR's Crips, and this is one that I see used quite a lot, and I still don't like it. Which is we see teams go, this is our area. Yeah,
Mm.
you can't go to Watchtower. That's that's EXO clans, right? That's terrible, categorically terrible. If I'm in a tournament, I see a clan do that, I'm focusing them because the map is open for a reason. If it's your point, then fight for it and win it.
Oh, okay. Look at the middle section of the scoreboard. BRP, DreamFire, SNG, and X10, all of them having similar amount of points, pretty
Yeah.
close to each other. The only difference is BRP has 12 kills, which I did not anticipate. I do know that they are now indeed the team that killed Northside Esports, but who else were they getting shots off on?
It feels like a lot of their damage came via damage rather than actual kills. Whereas BRP, a lot of their effectiveness came when they initially took those trenches. And once they'd taken those trenches, they killed a lot of people for them. Over for DreamFire and SG and X10, X10 particularly, we saw so much harassment damage, but no conversion to kills. And for X10, yes, they were able to pick up 8, but it's still not pretty.
X10. Hey, I mean, they had a decent game last time as well. Once again, they have themselves about the 10-point marker. So I think it's still a pretty damn good game for them. But take a look at the right-hand side of your scoreboard.
Yeah.
Slice Squad, Alchemist Esports. They've been on 0 points since yesterday. In fact, I think they did not even show up today for the games. So those guys are missing. Clutch Ministers, CRYPTIX Esports, once again on 0. You can't have that again and again.
Hmm.
But Bomber Boys, They had a decent game last time. Of course, here they got completely destroyed.
They absolutely did, and I don't really know what needs to change for them, because there's always going to be a team that dies first, right? There's always going to be a team that is going to be caught out, and if you have a fight for a position, it's always going to be someone who loses it, right? But it feels like for clutch ministers, something fundamentally needs to change because nothing's working.
Oh, I don't know what is gonna work though, because honestly, we haven't even seen where they failed towards the middle game. They've just simply been losing their gunfights when they drop. Now, of course, you can't always blame them for it. Sometimes you drop in a place, you don't find a gun, you find a P2020, the other guy finds a flatline. It's just unfair. So sometimes it does tend to happen, but then again, you can't have that happen again and again, right? 2 games in a row, sure, maybe you were indeed super unlucky, but if this happens for the 3rd time in a row, then that's a red flag, and something needs to be done.
It absolutely does. Going into map 3, is there any team here you want to keep an eye on?
I would say PABB, Potato and
Okay.
Big Brain. They did some big brain moves today. The position that they were holding, that was
Just unorthodox.
It's pretty unorthodox. Like, that's more of a rat position, but since I've never been there personally, maybe I was surprised. Let me know in the chat if you guys were surprised by that position or not. The one that they were holding on the high ground, not the high ground that that was being contested by EXO Clan. This was more like a structural integrity of the map, which people can't even access all that easily. But since I haven't seen it before, maybe I was surprised. I don't know how exactly new or unorthodox it really is. It usually is a rat spot, but to fit an entire team in there, especially in a competitive tournament, now that is difficult.
It will be. Now, judging by kind of what I show with the scoreboard, I believe ANT are currently first place ever so slightly. I think EXO are second place, and then afterwards, it's either SNG or BRP. That's sort of my prediction of overall standings at the moment. We have the overall standings, which we'll see at the end of the 5 games today, though.
Yep. So before we get to it, the end of the day, we can only predict about who is in the top in the grand scheme of things. And since Esports did pretty well yesterday, I think all the points that they gathered today should keep them afloat. But given the pace at which DreamFire is catching up, they're gonna need to do some. They need to reinforce their standings over there. Otherwise, DreamFire can easily overtake them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And DreamFire for me has been one of the. I mean, yesterday we had some unknowns, right? We had the likes of SNG, for instance, and Ants, who are both winning games. Now they go today too. We sort of expect us to do well. DreamFire now is my dark horse, who has suddenly done very well. And if they can do this consistently, then they're going to be bloody good.
They've been pretty consistent in the first 2 games. Unlike Revenant, who did really well in game number 1, but they kind of got destroyed in game number 2 due to no fault of their own. The zone was just simply that cruel. But hey, as long as Revenant Esports keeps having bad games, every other team can start to get close to them. And once there's enough teams who are close enough to each other, then the tournament really becomes interesting. You don't want this turning into a 2-horse race.
Yeah, absolutely right. And in just a moment after this break, we'll be able to bring you map 3. And map 3 is where the pressure goes up for the likes of Revenant. They realize that if they bugger up map 3 as well, then that rank 1 overall placement may no longer be as safe as they once assumed it was. Bearing in mind, they currently hold that rank 1 placement clear, I think, about 40 points of everyone else.
Yep. We'll see you on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a short break. But after that, we're going to have map number 3, World's Edge again.
Yeah. We still going?
Oh,
all right. We're going straight into game. I thought we were going to a break.
Yeah, same. Even I thought we were going to be going into a break, but let's just head into it. There's no rest for the wicked.
We're moving straight into the game, fellas. All right, let's bring on game 3. A chance at redemption for Revenant and a chance to hold this first place if you're on Team EXO.
Wow, that was awkward, wasn't it? I really thought that the players would also want a little bit of a break to reset themselves mentally, especially because they're going into a new map. They need to go into it with a fresh mindset and whatnot. But hey, there is absolutely no rest for the wicked. We've still got a mile to go.
For now, it looks like it's going to be once again a fairly spread out drop. The main team I want to watch out for here is Clutch Ministers. Please just get gear, Clutch Ministers.
Clutch Ministers, where are they? Wait, really, where are they? I can't see them on the map. Maybe I didn't pay enough attention, or maybe I need to start wearing my glasses or something like that. But hey, they haven't died yet, so that's a good thing, right?
It's a record.
Right?
Now BRP just clearing what they can. And it's these first couple of rings that we have a bit of dead air where no team wants to fight each other, but they all want to harass each other.
Oh, of course. They don't want anyone to become too comfortable over here. BRP feeling the discomfort as one of their players has mysteriously disconnected.
I suspect we will find something here.
Uh-oh. So I'll say to that. Of course, in Trials, X10 Crit having won that. Getting a very nice injection of gear here. And for X10, I quite like how brave they are when it comes to dropping to fairly combat-heavy positions. Pretty much, and most of the time it's worked out for them.
I can use that.
EXO Clan inside of Lava Siphon. No problem. I think we do have a little bit of a naming issue over there because this team, they're definitely not Dewa United, but they're being called that thing. So that's just a little note to the admins to get that sorted out. But other than that, none of these teams are in danger so far. And we haven't really seen any early drops. So I do assume that means Clutch Ministers is also pretty safe right now. And that's a good thing. Although I am a little sad. I was expecting some of the early game action.
Let's just farm some gear here for every team, and I quite like it a little bit. It's a little bit passive, sure, but it's a chance to get as much gear as you could get your hands on. It's a chance to build a bit of confidence. There's our 30-30, instant crack. Here's the opening, potentially. That's from Revenant. Who better?
Esports! Oh, Mexius gets that nice spray down in, and he's gonna go around the other side of the door to bamboozle his opponent. That's a cheeky angle. Let's see if we can find anyone over here. They're aware about the possibility of Mexius flanking over this side. Now, luckily, Mexius can't stand on that ledge. He has to be on the roof, which eliminates the number of angles that he's got available, but he can always go into the front door and kick them in.
That's a hell of a round. That is a hell of a start from Revenant to be able to isolate a team, kill them without third parties, and to do so pretty much uncontested. Really, really strong position. Now Revenant, they're going to continue the aggression. Why not? One's good. Let's get some more. Hello, Scrapper. Got any items for me? Where are your friends? Bring me your friends. And for Revenant, the pursuit continues.
And it's so surprising to see that Revenant Esports are still getting challenged in the same compound as last time. This is circle number 1. It hasn't even started to close, and teams are already falling like flies towards Thermal Station of all places.
NXL, trying to get as much done with this as possible. Interestingly, there's no one actually trying to cover the distance between themselves and NXL. Instead, they're allowing NXL to try and fight at range. They're allowing Kissnas to continue to do a bit of damage where possible.
Standing Skyhook. I mean, sure, they love fighting in these closed urban areas, but do they have any info? They don't have a single scanning character. The Valkyrie can scan the ring, but not the positions of the enemies, and that's going to be super difficult to work with if they get into these close quarter urban battles. They spot another team towards the jump tower, landing just outside of Countdown. And that team is yeah, it's none other than BRP. Let's see if they fight X10 anytime soon.
Sniper ammo here.
A lot of utility being deployed from Revenant here. Already a player down. All of a sudden, they could be in some serious danger. The Caustic, just gets away, as does the Valkyrie. Turns out Revenant, they're no longer the BS kids on the block, and they're about to find out why the unfortunate way.
Oh, it would have been a 2v2 if things went in their favor, but Dewa United have already showed up. It's only a 1 player left, and it's a 1v3. He's pulled it off before. Can he do it again? Nexius on the verge of getting out of the house, but he was just simply not quick enough. Dewa United shut down Revenant Esports, and that is one of the best teams in the lobby, getting eliminated pretty early on. But hey, I still wouldn't call it a bad game. They were able to get 4 kills before they went down, so that's still a win in my books.
It absolutely is, and to eliminate the likes of Revenant as well, one of the hottest teams in the tournament at the moment. They're just nullified. They're removed. DreamFire now, doing the odd bit of damage wherever possible. One of the few Newcastles in the game over on Pete. That's, you see, a continuation of these fairly long rotations. No one really committing to any fights properly yet.
Imagine fighting in Lava Fissure. No, BRP, they already left Lava Fissure and went to its countdown. They already made that early commitment. But a lot of other teams are starting to gamble on the fact that the circle is moving towards Lava Fissure now. And these teams, okay, some of them have played Apex so much that they scan the ring once. They figured out where the second ring is, and just based on that, they can figure out where the last ring is going to end. Simply because they've played so much, they just need to scan the ring once. And if anyone has a crypto, then they can go ahead and keep scanning the ring indefinitely without even having to go out. And that's the best part. X10, they find themselves in a similar situation as last time. The last time they were trapped inside a house, there were 2 crypto drones right next to them. This time there's 1. Let's see if that thing changes. Dewa United though, they've gone all the way from Thermal Station to Harvester, and they have no idea that their opponents are about to get completely destroyed like that. They were just so silent all this time, but Emalzi, he gets downed. Oh, sorry, never mind. This is not Dewa United. The name is Dewa United, but this team is something completely else. My bad.
They're attempting an ambush there that just doesn't work out at all. Instead, we see a mad dash to get back into the ring here. In fact, they're taking the gunfight out of the ring. That they actually get a kill off the back of that. CRYPTIX get eliminated from that. That's such a brave fight to take, but it works out beautifully for them. Now, can they get back to the ring? Can they survive long enough to make this gamble worthwhile?
Oh my god. I'm starting to get nervous over here, Kramer. There's so many teams just in the vicinity. If they even get out of Harvester towards the south side, there's much more waiting for them. And they're already losing players. They're up against, I believe, Clutch Ministers. And they also go out. No, not like this. Clutch Ministers even had a little lineup change. They got Zeox into the lineup for this game in particular, but even he wasn't able to make much of a difference. Now comes HAIWAAN Gaming, just fighting on this high ground as they're struggling to land the shots onto the players who are downstairs. But hey, as long as they're safe, I think they'll be more than happy to walk away with their lives. 1 HP, having a little bit of difficulty finishing things off against Nekwu, but Imasi comes in at the right time and saves the day.
That he does. And now for the members of HAIWAAN, this is going to very much having the high ground just outside the ring. If they can get into the ring without being contested, then they are in a beautiful position. Trying to do a bit of damage to the disengaging Valkyrie, and sure, they harass, but they don't kill.
Well, they certainly can't kill them now. They've gotten away.
I'm surprised the box smack like that only has 50 bullets in it.
I know, right? But then again, it used to have 55 and everyone complained about it, so they nerfed it. Oh my goodness, they are in so much trouble over here. Just trying to avoid the lava damage as well as the bullet damage. That might just be a bit too much. And while they do have a little bit of room inside that donut building, I guess they're only trying to spread out just to make sure no other team can get too comfortable.
Trying to keep up the harassment, but also like a harassment. Twizzy has to deploy the shield there because that was a lot of damage he took in one swell burst.
Oh no, not like this. Bastion has gone down. An instant revive is being popped, but is that going to be successful? Yes, it is. He's got enough time. All right, then.
Dewa. Still miles away from it. It feels like this isn't Dewa, but it feels like Dewa currently are trying to play this as riskily as possible based on zone placement. Elsewhere, the longbow not quite able to land shots for DreamFire, just landing a little bit short there. Forced off the angle.
Yeah, I'm a little less concerned about the angles right now and more concerned about the real estate. Look at this. Look at the amount of real estate available inside the zone, but still, so many teams are choosing to play towards the edge of the lava. That's because they had one bad decision early on, and now they're paying the price for it. DreamFire don't have angles onto Dewa anymore, but there is still danger around the corner. They can't get complacent just yet.
DreamFire trying to find an opening here. Or finding a form or a way to harass them.
Bogey in sight. We got company, people.
EXO Clan, winners of game number 1. Can they make this one work, though? They're not towards the actual edge of Lava Fissure, but they're more towards the rock facade of it. So they won't have to deal with the lava and all that nonsense, but if the circle moves away from them, then what do they do? Then they're going to have to face the lava. At least the Valkyrie can get away, but the others, they're going to have to walk across the bridge. And that is not a bridge you want to walk across, especially in a moment like that.
Yep. Right now, the only way you're going across that bridge is if the zone forces you to. And for DreamFire, with the high ground here, they're in such a strong position. Such a strong position. Look at the rotation that still needs to be made by Avocado right now in the kind of northeastern part of the map. They are miles away from the next zone.
Oof. This is starting to turn into something interesting. So while there's plenty of teams in and around Lava Fissure, there's still some of the other teams who are counting on Countdown. And they're just hoping that the zone kind of takes a little U-turn and moves in their direction so that everyone else gets screwed. Consider the circumstances if the zone does move a little towards the northeast and goes into Countdown. Then there's only 3 ways to enter. And all those three waves will be guarded by Player K and Strafing Flame. Brekkie is already taking a nice little flank and trying to keep NXL at bay. But for the rest of the teams who are residing on this train track side of Lava Fissure, now these guys, they can just keep taking pot shots at each other, but full sending it is just simply not going to be possible for anyone. They can't cover this massive gap without getting shot by some other third team.
So, doing a fair bit of damage there. I would actually like to see the Gibby actually reposition and then try to attack again there. He's so close to getting purple shields from damage. I think it would be much more effective than potentially hiding here and saving the HP you have left.
Yeah, he's only got like 2 shield cells left now. So I'm starting to get concerned about that thing. Ooh, nice mid-air shot. He actually gets... Oh, he almost got a knock. I really thought that should have been it. But then again, even if he gets a knock, it's not like he can go ahead and actually kill them, right? DreamFire can't afford to give up this compound now.
They can't, and I doubt they will. I doubt anyone's brave enough to challenge them for it here. Top of this roof, they're going to see anyone who tries to rotate here, and I believe for NKT, this is going to be rough. Mad falls instantly. Oh, the shots from this longbow are nasty, Crypts.
Oh, and he got 2 of them as well. That 2 inside that little canyon. There's no way those guys are getting rest over here. The other team that they have in their crosshair right now is already going in for the full send onto the team trapped below. So they might as well just confirm the kills for them. And the kills are already starting to chime in for DreamFire. But look at the next zone. They have to cross a massive amount of distance. and there's going to be at least 3 teams in the way. So they have a choice. Do they go in via the platforms of Lava Fissure, or do they continue moving across this rail track?
I think they've just got to move along the track here. There's no other choice for DreamFire. The zone just doesn't favour them. That wingman at range against the charge rifle, I know which I'd favour here.
Yeah, but speaking of sniper ammo, he's starting to run out of it, right? I do believe Ono had that longbow, and he already has like some 2 or 3 bullets left, something like that. But forget about that for now. It's NXL who have more than enough firepower to deal with anyone who stands in their way. Icky Blue and Avocado, both of them get destroyed. Even Bomber Boys get eliminated from this lobby, so the teams are starting to drastically fall in number.
Volk trying to do the damage it can. Arc start through the window, hoping this will help find a way into this position here. DreamFire, they bombarded this building, but the EMP is going to buy a beautiful amount of time here. The Arc Stars continue to get deployed. They continue trying to disrupt, disturb, and harass this team. Bangalore smokes go down. Out comes the follow-up barrage from the Valkyrie. It is going to continue to buy a lot of space here, but do they dare run in despite being concussed so badly? EXO, there's the instant opening. This is Team EXO, the victors in the last game. What can they do now at point blank here with Peter just holding as best as he can? Where's the rest of EXO? Anno forced out of position, actually gets the hell out of there. Gibby, no shields to work with, but neither do his opponents. A wonderful spray from the Havoc there. Comes down to the final bullet, but still wipes them out. Switches to the longbow, cracks another player.
Oh, and the third team has already showed up. EXO Clan looking in a really sticky situation. Ziki somehow manages to get away from danger, but hey, even Killpops has gotten away. Sure, they're separated from each other. They cannot regroup, but at least they're safe for now. Ziki sees them on the other side, and he's like, nope, I am not going down there. Might as well just go to the low ground and hold that area underneath. That also should be a pretty decent spot to hold as long as they have control of the donut building. But in fact, they fall even further downstairs. They're directly on top of the lava right now. EXO Clan in so much danger as Ziki goes down. They are only surviving by the skin of their teeth right now. The Gibby res, is it going to be possible? And even if it is that going to allow them to get back into a safe position? They're really running out of real estate over here.
They really are, and lava ain't exactly comfortable. Not very homely whatsoever. On the topic of homely, Dewa having a really, really strong round now. All of them stacked up. It's just a matter of healing Twisty up now that they've been able to invade this position.
Finally, a Mad Maggie in the lobby. Here comes Raiki, and he's got the bow check and the Mastiff, 2 of the goated weapons of all time. He's doing so much damage!
Oh my!
Inner Archer, and he's pumping their guts full of wooden sticks who hurt a lot. So much damage being dealt by BRP, but they're on the low ground right now. If they can find a way to climb upstairs, they should be able to capitalize on this position. Nobody else is able to third-party them, so they can naturally reset and have absolutely no trouble doing so. But I can't say the same for the Dewa Clan, because they are all over the place.
So much damage done with just a single bow there. That's so impressive. 15 players, 5 squads, and only a couple of seconds before this 5th zone closes in. They were BRP. Everyone here have to make an exodus out of here. The Magmani is certainly helping with these little boost points, but they still need to make a run, and they also still need to avoid the gunfire in the process.
This is a damn good position for BRP. They don't have too much natural cover, just a bunch of rocks and cars. But hey, they are in such a position that no other team can actually get to them without fighting each other first. So I think that's a damn good thing to have. Dewa Clan getting pressured by the team inside the donut building from the tunnel underneath. But if they try to go upstairs, there's a team towards the left-hand side, and that happens to be BRP. BRP can stop them from coming to the high ground. But who do they focus on first? They have plenty of options.
Looks like they picked the players on the low grounds. Bit of early damage done. The Valkyrie looking to follow it up. All of them staring, gazing to the lava. They see the Gibby shield, but can they actually destroy it? There's the Mad Maggie dropping that utility, trying to harass these players. The question is, can they escape? The really nice Gibraltar ult is going to stun up the Valkyrie. Does have to back off, and it buys space for this team on the low ground, which is all they desperately need now. This final zone ready to come in just a couple of seconds.
X10 have gotten
upon who?
Oh my god, they're going in for the full send. The EMP keeps this thing a little difficult because X10 have already lost their armor before they can even move inside, and the Gibby ult that is being rained on top of them is making things even harder. We have the riot drills on the Mad Mackie just doing extra pump damage, but it's not even from their opponents, it's from a completely different third team. So both these teams inside the same house have no choice but to go around the corner and finish each other for good. It's gonna turn into a 1v3, and X10 will finally finish them off. They win this battle, but it's a bit too late, and they don't have enough time to go for the full reset and go into the zone as well. They might not have the time to shield up, but at least they have the Gibby Dome. That buys them a little bit more time. They've got the ultimate as well. The defensive bombardment can really make mincemeat of BRP in this situation.
With both teams knowing where each other is, BRP right now have such a huge advantage. For NXL, trapped on the low ground, it's not a matter of how, it's a matter of when here they end up dying. They need to move, and they need to move quickly, but any form of excess they take is just going to be punished.
I'm feeling so nervous for NXL right now. They don't even have a way upstairs. They're just hoping that BRP is a bit too distracted fighting with X10, that they don't pay attention to them and they get into second place. And that's exactly what's happening right now. BRP have forced out the Gibby bubble from X10, but the ultimate, it still doesn't phase them. Player K hasn't used his dome yet. He's saving it for the last moment, and hopefully it's going to help them, because for now, they need to still kill the X10 somehow. Even after the amount of injury that was done onto X10, they're still alive. But the moment they drop down, they realize it's a massive mistake. NXL is waiting for them over there, and now BRP chime in. This is the perfect time for them to make use of that high ground advantage and finish off NXL.
Oh no, is all I can say to this, because it is coming down to the final moments. 3 versus 3. It's all on to BRP. One player falls down to the door 2, jumps to the low ground, tries to follow it up. It's so much damage. Is it enough? Point blank. BRP are able to emerge as your victors after absolutely dominating those 2 final zones.
Woo. And they didn't just dominate in terms of killing anyone who faces them. They were also getting damage onto teams who had absolutely no way to even look at them. That's how creatively the Maggie Riot Drill was being used, not only against the Gibby bubbles, but also across walls, throughout entire pools of lava onto the other side in a random tiny corner of the house. That just kept so many people uncomfortable.
Yeah, it really did, and it was, bear in mind, that rock they had in the final zone as well, that high ground was just so strong, and NKT, they can't defend against that, they just can't, and it meant that once BRP was raining that kind of damage down, those bullets down on them, all they could do was either pop the Gibby bubble, but then use it already, and or return fire and just hope that they were able to output enough damage, and as you saw, all it took was just a drop from BRP onto them to win that map. What a game.
What a game indeed. BRP just keeping themselves away from the actual lava fisher platforms. They stayed away from the metallic platforms and just stayed on the rocks. And I do believe that at one point they were towards the train track side, but then they just switched sides across the lava and went towards the rock facade area. I didn't really catch them doing that, but the moment they did that, I think that was what set them up for success throughout the entire game, because there was this moment where across the underground tunnels there were teams pushing in, and then on the other side of the house there's also another unit inside the Dorito building. So there's just teams all around them, but they just stayed so calm and composed, and they just kept taking pot shots at everybody.
Yeah, they did it for good reason. They just played so bloody well. I mean, we look at the highlights here. What can't you say about them, Crips? What I'm interested in is for Revenant. They're constantly just getting harassed. It feels like Revenant have lost the charm that worked so well for them in day 1.
Okay, now this is where things get interesting, right? This fight inside of Harvester, we have HAIWAAN Gaming going up against this team, but even though they're extremely low on health, the timing they use to peek and get into cover again, it's what kept them alive over there. Of course, not for too long because they couldn't find a place inside of Lava Fisher, but DreamFire and their longbows. That was just stuff of dreams right there. So many good connections, 2 kills secured almost instantly without even needing to leave that original compound of theirs. And it would have been great if they didn't get into this particular fight, which was so bloody chaotic.
It really was, and I think I would like in the chaos. I think teams like EXO and teams like BRP actually do much better when there is just everything happening at once. In straight 1v1s, the likes of X10, the likes of Revenant do so well, but when it's just chaos, I mean, look at this from BRP. How does Soul do so well with a bow?
Oh, and it's not just the bow that was a menace. Sure, the shots were lovely, but he was using his rad drill to annoy the hell out of X10, who were just simply trying to wipe this one squad that's cornered in. On paper, X10 should have never had as much trouble as they did, but they can't stay on their side of the room because of the rad drill, and they can't even move into the other side because they haven't fully healed yet. And in the end, all that BRP had to do was make sure that XL fall into that pit, end up fighting against NXL, and then BRP can go in for the cleanup and get that dub.
It really was, and for me, BRP earned that spot as champion. In just a moment, we'll be able to bring up our scoreboard so we can see just how they were able to craft that victory. But Crips, now we enter the kind of final 2 games of the day. I think BRP could actually be in a position where they could usurp that rank 1 spot. Maybe there's a world where BRP actually finish the day on top.
Rank 1? I'm not sure about that, but they can certainly be in the top 3 given the way they are playing right now. If they keep up this performance in the last game of World's Edge as well, then we've got a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Although Stormpoint wasn't really kind to them, I can't judge them off of just one map. We're going to have to jump into the next Stormpoint game as well to take a good look at them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now, we're gonna throw to a break earlier this time, so we actually get one if we're allowed. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. And once we are, we'll be able to bring you game 4. Will BRP be able to continue that dominance, or are we going to find the likes of Remnant, the likes of X10 find their former glory? We'll have to see. All right, we'll show the scoreboard in just a moment.
Yeah, so it's not like we're going to be going on a break anytime soon, Kremer. I know you really want to get out and maybe have some water or something, but
yes, life of a
life of it.
In just a second, it'll be okay.
Yeah, we're just waiting for our boys to get done with the maths so they can calculate the scores and we can show them. We want to see who's on top because even though BRP was able to win the game, I'm pretty sure that X10 would have had plenty of kill points to give them a run for their money.
You're absolutely right, and I can't help but think that for Revenant, they were that team yesterday, weren't they? But it's just that option's now open. Anyone could take that role as the marauding killers, and you look at the kind of placement here. What's quite interesting is for BRP and NXL, they are neck and neck almost, only kind of 2 points separating them.
Neck and neck, but more than that, it's X10 who surprised me. I thought they would have more kills than this, but they only got 7. They wiped out 2 squads in front of us. So off screen, that means they were only able to get like 1 measly knock from somewhere or the other. I'm actually surprised that DreamFire have only 1 KP. We saw right on our screens that 2 people were knocked by the hands of Ono by that longbow. So does that mean that one of them was actually revived? That would have been so difficult to pull off.
Or they were brought up, killed instantly by someone else. Either way, my heart does go out to DreamFire a little bit because I think they matched the damage pretty much of the next 5 teams in front of them. They just didn't convert the kills. And I think for DreamFire, bearing in mind that all they were doing was holding the high ground of that building for so long, that's the trap that you fall into. That's the trap you fall into. When you are having to take that engagement at range, what it means is you aren't able to pursue and then kill those players who have already been downed.
Yeah, and that's exactly why DreamFire have all this damage in the world, but barely any kills, even though they got plenty of knocks. So, yeah, I feel really bad for them. I just hope that they don't have to suffer a similar fate in the next game.
With that being said, Crips, we actually get to go to a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes in game 4. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. After a quick break, we're ready to bring you Game 4, as we'll be seeing if Revenant are going to be able to step it up, or if it's the new guns, the new kids on the block. They're going to be the ones to take the victories here. Of course, I'm your caster, CRYPTIX. I'm joined once again by the amazing Crips. 2 maps left, Crips. Do you think we're going to be seeing any changes?
Oh yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of changes. I think it's about time that NXL finally kick the bucket and get everyone else to shut up about them, right? Because NXL have been having decent games where they get into top 5, but they haven't really figured out a way to win yet.
Yeah.
As we head into Storm Point, I think it would be better that they bring their A game. But then again, since it's Storm
Yeah.
Point, I'm kind of excited to see X10 as well. X10, they had a decent amount of control over the zone towards the end, and the only time they suffered was when they dropped down into that low ground area where they were fighting NXL and BRP at the same time. If it wasn't for that, I think even X10 had a decent enough chance to win. But they were already able to win a game yesterday on Storm Point, so I think they can do it again.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if Storm Point is going to turn out to be the map for them. We saw just now that honestly, for NXL, Storm Point was a map. I think there's a bit of unfamiliarity there. We saw them get trapped against the lava a fair few times now, and I can't help but think that potentially the altitude difference on the maps make it quite difficult for them. They may prefer the kind of flatter other maps. For me, though, I'm unsure. I think that high ground is everything in Apex at the moment, and the reality is, if you don't have that high ground, if you're not working from that high ground, then it's going to become mighty difficult to take any fight, regardless of what map you're on.
Exactly. And as the team start to realize the importance of elevation over here, we might just get to see Horizon getting picked up more and more often. We already saw quite a lot of Horizon players in the lobby. That too on World's Edge, right? On Storm
Mhm.
Point, Horizon is even better. So let's
Yep,
see if the teams will pick her up more, or maybe they pick up some other character that can help them get
yep,
elevation, like maybe along the lines of a Pathfinder or something like that.
yep. We're gonna have to wait and see. For me, though, I think a Pathfinder would be pretty cool. Bear in mind, it does give you that. It gives you that instant leave option, doesn't it, with his ult?
Mm.
It also means that if you are on that lava, there is a way to get away. Or better still, when we saw with that huge fight where X10 controlled this upper watchtower for so long, and it took
Mhm.
Ants to Valkyrie ult to get up there. Even being able to Pathfinder up to third party that fight would have been perfect.
Yeah, but as you know what, actually, I think you're right. So, since Pathfinder is a little bit selfish in his
Mhm.
utility, I think one needs to forget about elevation over here and just play for the end game. You remember
Yeah,
how crowded those circles were in the end, right? And
yeah,
so far, we have seen more crowded circles in Storm Point than in World's Edge. So now
yeah.
that we're heading into Storm Point, I think one of these teams should pick up maybe something like a Caustic and just
Hmm.
toss that Noxgas grenade into the end circle when there's absolutely no room for anyone to stand. And they
Yeah.
have no choice but to take your poison damage. But then again, you should be able to survive for that long in the first place to do that.
There's only one way to, for me at least. I think that Pathfinder in these more compact areas, particularly if he ends up trapped in the trenches, where going to the high ground is a death sentence, you sort of neuter Pathfinder's abilities pretty significantly, and it means that his impact on the rest of the team is minuscule. As you mentioned, it's quite a selfish utility set. So while Pathfinder has a very niche sphere of influence, I can't help but think that when you're looking at an overarching map, the circumstances in which you'd want a Pathfinder are so small, there's no real point in bringing him out.
Even a Wraith for that matter would be impressive. Consider this,
Yeah.
right? In the last
And
circles,
Wraith has more
everyone,
versatility as well.
yeah, a lot more versatile. And if you got that portal ready, then you can keep jumping in between high ground and low ground, just keep harassing the
Hmm.
hell out of anyone who's under you. But then again, if all these circles are going to be so crowded and all that a team on the high ground can do is just hold and take pot shots, that's going to get frustrating for them because they're wasting all their ammo, they're farming all the damage, but they're not getting all the kills. In
Yeah.
situations like that, the Wraith could be useful. She could always drop down, finish off one of those kills, fall back to safety using the phase out, and that's the job done. Another KP secured.
Yeah, and for me, the KP now is becoming the most important stat of them all. I think that everyone's placing everyone who is trying to gun for these top spots is already placing well regardless. The only thing that would
Mm.
distinguish you from the rest of these teams is those kills. So I want to see going into this map a lot more aggression on the hot drops. I want to see a lot more focusing on the teams that are already established. Furthermore, if I'm a team that's already established and I want 3 quick kills, I'm going to be beelining for one of the teams that haven't quite done as well this tournament.
Yeah, it's good for us to support the teams who are not doing all that well, so that we can have a little
Mm.
even distribution of points in the competition. It certainly wouldn't be fun if one of the teams just hoards everything and leaves the others
Yeah.
to starve. So just level the playing field a little. Robin Hood that stuff.
Absolutely. And on the topic of Robin Hooding that stuff, I feel like we haven't really seen any true rivalries come out yet. I think
Hmm.
there's a bit of a one developing between essentially EXO and Revenant, and the same between X10 and NKL. But we'll have to see
NXL,
how those go.
NXL.
NXL, that was it.
Yeah.
NXL. We'll have to see how that develops over the course of the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I got that vibe. I think you hit the
Mm,
nail right on the head. Even I'm starting to sense a little bit of rivalry between X10 and NXL. Probably has
mm.
something to do with the fact that they both have X's in their names. But hey, I could just be wrong. I'm just speaking out of my ass here. But yeah, the fact that X10 has been able to get into those top positions for so long, it's starting to just accumulate right now. All their placement points
Yeah.
definitely are going to be paying off dividends. Even though even though X10 don't have as many kills as some of the other teams out there.
Hmm. And for me, X10, they're sort of an enigma when it comes to points because yes, they don't have as much kills as anyone else, but that doesn't mean you can't fight them. Yeah, if you try and fight them, you're probably gonna die. And I
Yeah.
think what they're really good at is downing two players, not being able to get the third. They leave, someone comes to cleans up, and they get all the kills.
Um, I think X10 has also been
Mm.
the most third-partied team. They are the
Absolutely,
ones who
absolutely.
they're the ones who are always on the wrong end of a third party.
Yeah. It feels like if they actually took a straight 3v3, they would stomp it because they're so used to having to take a 3v6 that actually this is a bit easier for them.
Yeah, I mean, think of it. Sometimes it's DreamFire who comes in to ruin the day. Sometimes it's
Mm,
BRP. And while their third party attempt was successful in the previous game, they tried something similar in the Storm Point game before that. And
yeah.
at that time, X10 was able to survive and stay alive for much, much longer. It took another team. I do believe it was probably
It was
it.
EXO.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. No, that was EXO in Storm Point. I'm referring to the World's Edge match over here. The I
Oh,
think it was still the Dreamfire team, right? The one with the Mastiffs and everything, who was able to put
yeah,
their
that was
killing streak to
DreamFire.
an end. Yeah, that was
Yeah, that was
Dreamfire. So
DreamFire.
my bad. My memory is not really serving me well today. But yeah, X10 always find themselves in these awkward third party situations where they just don't have enough time to reset. But somehow they're still able to win despite of that. So
Mhm.
imagine what's going to happen if they are actually capable of finishing those fights on time, resetting, and
Yeah.
then that they're just ready for the third party. They would be able to farm up so many kills without even leaving their compound.
I mean, that happened yesterday when EXO were finally given a chance to reset. They just went and won. Just as simple as that. And that wasn't just a victory. That was a victory with a lot of kills. That game was essentially Revenant killed everyone, and then X10 killed everyone again. And that was pretty much the game. And X10 just won the final duel at the end with Revenant. So I really am looking forward to seeing what X10 can do if they are given that extra space. Because let's be honest, Crips, getting third partied ain't very fun.
It's definitely not, especially when there's more than just a third party. So you can
Mm,
see the other team coming from a mile away, but there's nothing you can do about it except stare at
yep,
them through your doors as you try to just pull onto that shield battery and hope it
yep,
pops off in time. Um,
yep.
Another fact that I want to highlight over here is the fact that Revenant Esports is having a pretty bad day. And sure, they're getting plenty of points. They're
Mhm.
still getting 10 to 8 points, 8 to 10 points in between every game. So that's still good. That's a decent pace, but we saw them do much better yesterday. We saw them pull
Mhm.
off those 25, 30-pointer games, and today they are down to the 10s. Mm, Not the best start for them, but they still have 2 more games to redeem themselves. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll get to see that.
Yeah, absolutely right. And for now, as we are about to get into game 4, I'm really gunning to see the likes of Clutch Ministers give us a real good run here. I think they have 2 games left. There's still a chance to pop off, but they need to pop off in these next 2 games.
I agree, but they're not the only one. Which other team do you think has the potential to pop off, but hasn't really been able to do so? Is there
I think
any
1
name that
HP.
comes to your mind?
Yeah, 1
One
HP.
HP, okay.
I've seen them quite frequently with in the zones, in the final zones. See them quite frequently in these final kind of fourth and fifth areas, but never fighting. They're always already a player down, so they're just hiding. And so I want to see them with a 3-on-3. I want to see them actually try and fight people.
I agree. Even I've never seen them with a full three-man squad, right? It's just
Mm.
funny whenever they appear on the screen, they've already lost one of their players, and
Yep.
that's probably why they haven't been able to fight. So that's 1 HP
Yep.
struggling quite a bit. But then again, I kind of have to disagree with you over here. I don't think they've got that potential too, unless they change something in a very drastic way. They're gonna need a complete resurgence if they want to stay relevant in this tournament, because so far they haven't been able to accumulate points, and this is the last time that they're playing. They already played their matches yesterday. This is their second day. I'm not really sure if that's a good thing.
Let's go this way.
But now
Certainly
there's
can't
going. There's nothing wrong with going the same way. Just means we're going to get a bit of action just a little bit sooner. And judging by the split here, something that Revenant did last map, which I think worked really effectively for them, was you see how they split up. All of them go to their own kind of area, their own POI, without, well, risky it, sure, but we've not seen it come back and punish them yet at all.
Okay. 3 teams in the wall? Well, make it 2, because Revenant Esports have just taken a little step downwards towards Cascade. But they still send Belkun in that compound, which is in between Cascade and the wall, so that's nice. The other team that's landing inside the wall are also splitting up. Look at Rooney 301, who's using that zipline to get up the hill.
Never mind.
Now, well, utility just being picked up wherever possible. I'm surprised we're not seeing any fighting just yet. It's quite a passive start, if I'm so inclined to say, Crips. Interestingly, with so many players over by wall, we should be due a fight pretty soon from them.
Yeah, even I thought that they're going to get into a fight right off the start, but instead, one of those teams decided to scoot out of the region, and you know, there's this massive hill with a zipline on it, which nobody uses to go downstairs because everyone just wants to slide. Yeah, they took that zipline, went up the hill, and hopefully they can find weapons and get back down into the wall in order to fight. But Command Center lies uncontested, DreamFire having their free reign over here.
Extended heavy mag here.
Even fish farms for that matter. Claimed by EXO Clan. Last time it was Team Clutch Ministers who dropped over here alongside EXO Clan and suffered a gruesome death, but these guys are nowhere to be seen this time.
Absolutely right. Now, with a difficult position to come out from the members of HAIWAAN, I'm interested to see if, bear in mind that this ring is quite a distance from them. I want to see if they actually fight on their whole cross, or if we're going to see them just leg it with limited loot and just tank the damage from the storm.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Oh, I think they have enough time to get inside the ring if they hurry up. The only thing that could slow them down is probably another team standing in their way. And sure, that is possible. All these teams have to cover a massive amount of distance, and they're all going to try to avoid the Forbidden Zone, or as I like to call it, the Jurassic Park. They're all going to try to avoid that and get across the other side, so then they're bound to face each other.
Yeah, and when you all funnel the same way, trying to fight and move is so difficult. Bear in mind, it means you're more than likely going to be using those Gibby shields instantly. You're more than likely to use that Valkyrie ult the second it comes online. It means that come the final 4 or 5 rings, you're going to be out of utility.
Exactly. Just hope that you're able to find something else along the way. Or maybe if you kill enough people, you'll be able to loot from their dead boxes and keep yourself stocked up. Revenant Esports leaving Cascade Falls and moving towards the wall. They're already seeing a lot of action over here, so they might as well just chime in. It's not exactly a third party because the first two teams haven't started fighting yet. They're just taking pot shots, but Revenant Esports don't wait for nobody. They move in, already getting the kill onto the Gibby. Shield swap also available, and with this, they've already secured the inside of this house. The other team has no choice but to stay on the outskirts, where they can get shot from both Revenant and the other team who's still a distance away.
They just hightail it, don't they? And now for the members of X10, this is going to be really, really difficult. Where they're trying to third party, but they're also being shot from behind. At least for X10, they're no longer the third partyers. Or they're no longer being third party. They're the third partyers. However, Revenant, they don't appreciate third partyers. Cracking the first, tries to double down. Can't quite do so, though. See continuation of damage coming out there. The R99 point blank from the caustic is so damn powerful. And just like that, X10 Crit, they get eliminated the second they try and third party. The gods aren't with this team, they really aren't.
Oh, Revenant Esports just hoarding so much firepower under the hood. They're able to wipe out anyone and everyone who stands in the way. Keep in mind that X10 is no joke. They are indeed a top-tier team, and they've been doing really damn well today. But these guys just make them look like they're nothing but a bunch of bullet sponges. Anti-sports, even doing bad manners onto players. Yeah. Full-on burn with the Valkyrie VTOL jets.
Have you ever been jetburned before?
Can't say that I have, but oh my
it really
God.
hurts. So my heart goes out to anyone who's been a victim of a jet burn. It sucks. It really does.
Grandma, you've suffered all kinds of burns, whether it's burning hair or jet burns.
So there's a fun thing you can do with a lighter and a beer bottle, where if you put just a small bit of light fluid in the beer bottle and set fire to it, the bottle goes like, whoop, like that. And so it'll jet for a moment. And I may or may not have burnt my knuckle on that. But I appreciate it was all my own fault. But think of it as a discovery for science.
Yeah, or a call to 911, and hopefully they send.
No! It wasn't that bad. It was nothing to cold water couldn't do. And well, with that, something cold water HAIWAAN bringing the ice cold approach on to that Gibby, shuts them down. Beast of the Hunt comes out, realizing that his teammates aren't going to be particularly happy with him. But they have no clue where the approach is coming from.
HAIWAAN Gaming, they had such a bad time over here against the Qualifiers team. They got plucked off mid-air, and despite preferring the first knock, they are the ones who got the advantage right now. Noxy sprays down Sickwater and exacts revenge, and with that, PROJECTXXX is out of the game.
Really, really strong round. Really strong engagement there from Noxy. Just absolutely beams players with that flat line. And there you go. There's a scan. No hostiles. I mean, if you're not being third party, it's a chance to relax.
It's a chance to relax and get those nerves to just loosen up a little bit. But even though PROJECTXXX, I have to appreciate that shot that Sickbody hit with the Sentinel. Just swatting out that fly mid-air. As if he's some kind of a mosquito repellent bug. Oh my goodness.
NXL trying to keep him back. Can't quite do so. As from the looks of it, NXL in quite a dire position here. Not really able to fight anyone, and it means that everything's going back to bite them.
Potato aim, big brain. They've got one of the big brain compounds under their control. It's not even a compound, to be honest. It's more like a little box of walls, which is very open from the high ground. This is just underneath Stormcatcher, so sure they can use the gravity cannon to get up there, but they wouldn't want to really do that because I do believe that HAIWAAN Gaming is already up that hill, and if they try to go on the other side of it, they'll run into Bomber Boys.
Difficult position here for Bomber Boys. Or still only on blue shields, despite the second ring already closing in here. They're going to need to get some damage out, and quickly. Unfortunately, no one seems to have presented themselves as an option here. On the topic of ring damage, Noxy running a gauntlet to try and either outmaneuver this position or potentially get up to the high ground. Either way, this is going to hurt a lot.
Oh no, not like this. Well, at least they can recover the banner, but how do they even get into the ring again? They can't go downstairs directly because they can already see high dynamic range fighting someone else, so they're going to have to go the long way around, but I'm not sure if they've got enough heals to pull off that rotation. Meanwhile, Noxy getting taken down by a wingman player named Draken. Let's see if that fight results in the wipeout of his entire team or if it's just a one-off shot.
Like that. HDR back off. They actually have quite a nice position here. No one's going to be able to flank them. You're able to just wait out the zone here, but in the process, you're not going to be able to loot anything. You're not going to be able to farm anything. It's a very passive way to play this zone. The options there.
Bomber Boys also were able to hear a couple of shots over this region. They know for a fact that high dynamic range are just across the other side, but they also know that down the hill are
Position here.
another bunch of charge rifle wielders who might have left the area already, but they don't want to wait and find out. They have no reason to confirm that presence of the other team. Oh, and they don't even need to walk into the zone. They can just use the Valk Ultimate.
Meet me here.
Skyver dive into the zone. I just hope they actually find a place to go there, right? A safe place to put their feet down.
Yeah, will be. And this is a surprisingly very fast drop, actually. To only really hover around the outskirts here. They've spotted out the odd team here, but Mad's dropping a little bit early there. He's going to have to wait to see where these follow-up players try to engage them from.
See that area over there? I'm defending it.
Oh, okay. So this team, just completely unrelated, silly
Let's
joke.
scope this quadrant out here.
Bomber Boys have a guy called Daniel Avocado, and I thought that was a joke about toast, but then I realized it's a joke about Daniel Ricciardo, the F1 driver.
Ah!
And
So it is.
I feel so stupid it took me this long to figure it out.
I don't watch racing, unfortunately.
Do you have race car?
Well, yes, I have raced, and I like building race cars, but I don't watch racing.
Okay.
It's one of the weird nuances. I don't know. Just doesn't interest me.
You have a pretty interesting life, Fremmer.
Thanks, Crips.
I mean,
is that
I
a
was-
compliment?
No,
It's-
it is indeed a genuine thing I want to say, because the last time we spoke, you told me about burning hair, and I was like, holy shit, this
it
guy's an arsonist.
stinks. It actually stinks.
It does, and I believe you.
Yeah,
But
but-
I just want to know, how you know all of this? Maybe you've done all of this
I-
firsthand, but
Target over there.
I, you know, science.
science.
I was somewhat of a scientist myself.
Yeah.
Also, I live in the middle of nowhere, so sometimes you do get really bored.
Oh, so that's why you go around burning stuff. That turns you
have,
into.
we have a lot of space and nothing to do with it.
That's why you're a little bit of a scientist yourself. I just hope
Yeah.
you don't turn into Mr. Oscorp someday and come out with like 8 arms on your back or something
Nah,
like that,
I'm-
like Dr. Otto
I'm
Davis.
way cooler than he is. But
Sure.
North side taking an instant engagement here. Also, point blank, actually, the zone is going to make this a very difficult endeavor. Actually, running back out of it so they can try and take this fight. Concuss lands beautifully on the north side here. However, Yuku is continuing to output this damage. CRYPTIX, they fall. However, the wingman, the flank from SMG may be enough. The third party attempt, can it shut down this team? The hailfire of bullets is going to keep them back for the time. And SMG actually disconnects.
Yeah.
They don't want it.
It's probably because they realize that if they start fighting over here, going across this little cave is going to be so much more difficult. Even more difficult for Northside Esports, because they can no longer take the cave. They have to go all the way around the north side of Checkpoint if they want to be safe. If they try to take the cave, if they try to follow SNG, then they'll be walking into a choke point which has no exit.
Oh, they will be here.
Oh,
The north
no.
side. This is a It's a difficult position to be in. You can't risk going towards the north side of this ring because you know full well that teams are expecting you. You can't go through that tunnel because you've just fought Team SNG, and for all you know, they're still there. Team SNG, like, not interested.
Yeah, I mean, they've positioned themselves just outside of that cave in the two bunch of houses outside of it. But that's probably because they're looking ahead and they see Revenant Esports. Oh, never mind. They don't see Revenant Esports. They might have spotted somebody else because Revenant Esports are no longer in a position that is in spotting distance of Team SNG. They can't really see this one. They can have a fair idea that there's a team present in this location, but then they would have expected that already. They always knew that these gravity cannon compounds are most likely going to be taken by someone already. I'm still worried about north side. Where do they go? I haven't really seen them begin their rotation. If they try to go on the north side, it's a bit too long, and they might, you know, run out of time before they make it into the safe zone.
Got bandits out there.
So yeah, anxiety max for them.
Bogey spotted out there.
Revenant Esports. They do have one of these better positions right now. And I say better, it's not the best because sure, there are several teams who can still contest them, and there is another team who's landing just towards the other side. But they're split up. They've got one Gibby bubble on the left-hand side of that building, another team towards the right-hand side. And at this point, Revenant Esports start to really doubt whether this compound is defendable or not.
Revenant in quite a difficult position here. This building has so many entrances to it. Holding it is going to be really dire. And so I'm surprised they're actually pulling their loot and committing to this building, considering the amount of entrances and exits he has. Revenant doing a bit of damage here. The charge rifle, nasty rifle to go on the receiving end of. Revenant might actually just pursue off the back of this.
Do they really want to leave and actually go for the pursuit? Could be a risky endeavor. They might as well let NXL do the risky moves and go for these kind of placements. Since there's so much smoke, and since everybody on NXL has a digital threat, I can't help but think that the other team is digging a grave for themselves by laying down all this smoke cover.
NXL, the team we said he wanted to see more from, now in the zone. Remember, it's still 27 players left, despite the fact we're about to hit zone 4. So this is getting a little bit dicey for the remaining teams. For NXL, though, I would love to see him actually just tuck it and hide.
Northside Esports, we can finally see them trying to go for that maneuver. Looks like the northern rotation was actually successful for them, but now they've hit a roadblock. They see one Valkyrie through the scan, and they can't take a shot at her, but they know for a fact that there's another guy around the tree trunk, and that is none other than Dexter. They bury him alive. All the resources acquired. They don't have to move too much to get inside the zone, but yeah, they don't have a lot of cover either. They're just hoping that they can keep the teams on their left-hand side away from them, and that should buy them enough space. But on their right is NXL, and NXL aren't going to let them in either. What's worse is that Esports are coming in from the same path that Northside Esports had taken, and if Esports can just circle around them, then the Northern Esports team will be really sandwiched over here, and they can't get out of the sandwich.
And see, making their rotation here, they have to be so careful from this damage. Look how open the run is into the zone here, and they're on the low ground as well. The odds are against them. They already take a peppermint the second they even attempt to go for the high ground. I suppose that's one way to change the elevation. Holiday goes for the Watson grab. Well, there's a lot of damage there. However, he isn't able to down anyone. More importantly, he isn't able to kill anyone. The Sonar going to make their position known, beckoning an invitation to every other team that they are in the open.
Yeah, but they can't afford to stay in the open for so long. Even if they're able to fight the team that's directly ahead of them, they still have to fight one more team in order to actually get to Revenant Esports compound, which is now on the edge of the zone. And all that Revenant need to do is build as much of a caustic wall as possible with the traps so that they can keep everyone else away from this region. And Esports use the black hole, hoping that somebody or other will be sucked inside it, and they should get a couple of free kills with the ordnance. But that results in the death of Revenant Esports, and it's X10 who's managed to do it. Can he go for the shield swap quickly enough though? Esports are already on top of him, and he doesn't have time to revive his fallen teammates. He can only use their knockdown shield as temporary cover, but even that won't keep them alive for too long. Northside Esports also bite the dust.
Another round in which Northside get eliminated. They're set earlier than anticipated here. SMG, they survived the bombardment, but only just here. ANT looking like the ones in the driver's seat of this lobby. However, Bolin at point blank sees the attack coming, able to get out thanks to being on the Wraith. However, there's going to be hot pursuit of these players now. ANT realise that while they may be in the pilot's seats, they are not the heaviest hitter here.
It definitely aren't the heaviest hitter just yet, but they are the hitter that doesn't have to worry about getting shot in the back. So maybe that could work to their advantage. NXL Esports were once in a position that was super difficult to get out of, but now that the circle swings towards them, they do not want to get out of here. In fact, they just want to clear out all the tree trunks and make sure that there's no uninvited guests inside their house so that they can continue holding this area for themselves and ready to welcome any other team with open arms.
There goes EXO as well, a huge name to take here. And for ANT, it's still on the high ground here. It feels like this duel between ANT and SMG is going to be the main fight here, the main battle. Spotting them out on the high ground, ANT realized the predicament of their circumstance. And is there a world here, actually, where they just duck in cover and hope the zone will force everyone to them?
And I think that's a decent enough strat, and Esports now, they really need to hope that even though the other teams are going to be forced to come towards them, they should be able to stand up to the challenge. Oh, Dynamic Rage can't really do all that. He was just too busy trying to fight that Peacekeeper player that he forgot that Sentinels also can be used up close, and Dewa Clan, they are the ones who might just give Ant Esports a little bit of trouble over here. They've already forced them to go around the other side of this rock cliff, forcing them to get away from the tree cover where Dewa Esports have built a little camp for themselves. But that nade! It's $1 million nade! 2 people knocked out with that one, and Dewa United Esports might just have done it. They wiped out NXL, or at least are on the verge of doing so, and this is the final nail in the coffin. But no, that kill was stolen away by Ant Esports. But it's fine. Dewa should definitely be happy with whatever they managed to accomplish. It's down to the last 2 teams, and this is as good of a chance that they've ever had before.
Huge amount of damage out, but that's coming out now. These SMGs just trying to wrestle it through. There isn't enough time to heal. This is now going to be a constant gunfight start to finish. The Gimme Shield is going to really help this team, though. Bear in mind and have access to the death boxes. A lot of damage ringing out now from the flank. Able to almost finish off Javelin. Low on HP. About to be finished off. There's the first drop. There's the second now. It's a trade back and forth. However, it's now swept from above. Trying to finish it off best they can. Holiday onto Twizzy. Using all of the Holiday. Minuscule amount of HP to work with. He's not able to do it. Dewa, they take the win after a bloodbath of a final zone.
Dewa United Esports, man, they come out of nowhere and they take everything. I feel so bad right now for Ant Esports because they were holding on to the tree region, the tree line cover for the longest time possible. They even managed to kill all the rats. But then in the end, Dewa Esports come in and they bring the big bombs. That grenade was so on point. NXL was destroyed with it. Ant Esports were like, oh, cool, they're helping out. They're helping us out. They're destroying NXL. Why don't we just try to focus on them right now? So even Ant Esports were like, okay, maybe we can win this. But they were like, nah, buddy, nah. We've got this plan down to the T.
Yeah. I mean, that was a hell of a game, wasn't it? Well, I genuinely thought Ant were the ones to win that purely because they had that high ground for so damn long. But final zone comes along, and what do you know, Dewa, they've got high ground. They go and win. Crips, I appreciate how you don't think high ground wins games, but I have the last 4 games of evidence to say otherwise.
Oh, no, that doesn't apply in Stormpoint. That only applies in World's Edge, especially, like, So the point that I was trying to make is that if you're in, let's say, a place like Lava Fisher, if you're down there in the lava, any other team who wants to shoot at you needs to get an angle on you, right? And that works in crowded circles because if they try to get an angle at you, someone else will shoot at them. But then if the circle is
Very
thin
true.
enough, if it's sparsely populated, then it doesn't really make a difference. In that case, the high ground reigns supreme, and Anakin Skywalker will approve of that.
Absolutely right. It may be over, but it's not quite yet. We've got one more map. Let's take a look at the highlights of map 4 before we even consider map 5, because there was a lot to unpack here. Revenant, once again, another shaky performance.
Oh, it is indeed a shaky performance, but at least Revenant Esports were able to get, again, a couple of kills before they finally went down. And Esports, though, look at the disrespect they're doing. They're going for finishers out in the open. And sure, they do deserve it, right? They performed pretty well, even though they were not able to win. And Esports walked away with a bunch of kills in this one. Not just that, they made so many other teams uncomfortable, like Northside Esports, for example. They took a very long rotation, they tanked a lot of zone damage in order to get there, but then they ran into Anti-Sports, and that was like running into a brick wall.
Absolutely right. And it's... what I quite like from Ant, actually, was their... As ratty as it sounds, their way of third-partying was really good. Like, the only fight I saw them take up until that final engagement, they only did so when it wasn't a 3 versus 3. And we've got to highlight that nade, right?
Yeah, that was the big nade that turned the things around for Dewa Esports. They got 2 knocks with that instantly. They found the third player on top. Yeah, sure, that last kill was stolen away from them by Anti-Sports, but then they were like, sure, Anti-Sports, you can have that 1 kill. We'll have 3, and they have your names written on it.
What a game. What a game. We also will be able to round the scoreboard and we can see how that has been able to influence our overall standings. Dewa, I think, has been sort of hovering around the 5th or 6th position kind of throughout this, so there is a chance this win has been able to seriously elevate them. We'll be able to see the overall standings after Game 5, so we can look forward to it then.
Yeah, but for now, we're just waiting for our boys to finish doing their maths homework and bring us the scores of game number 4. But then again, I'm not one to do maths, so I'll just let them do the work for me. I'll just sit here.
We'll sit here and smile while they furiously calculates who's killed what. I wonder, how do you calculate it? Do you just go back over the game and you keep a mental record of who's been able to kill who? Because
So
if
the game,
so, that...
yeah, that would be a
That's
very
pretty cool.
difficult and tedious task, right? I'm sure like
Yeah.
they can just figure out which team finished at what position, so they assign the points accordingly, and the game tells them how many kills they have. So then
That's
they only
true.
need to just like add it up.
Who of our admins is doing it? It's probably Atomic Quack. Atomic Quick? I don't think that's Atomic Quack there. I do apologize, Atomic Quick. It's probably him. Brother, my heart goes out to you. I appreciate the work you're putting in. It's not a fun task. And so we'll be able to bring that up in just a second. What's quite interesting is yesterday someone in the chat, they just were sort of just throwing out predictions. They were being a bit random with it. And they went, I bet you, end of today, it'll be, and they listed top 5 teams. And they were right for 4 of them. This is before map 1 even started. It was so impressive. They predicted Revenant to be above Reignite as well. Before any game even started. It was nuts. I
Oh,
was so impressed.
This guy who's putting up all these predictions, maybe we can have a word with him. Maybe he can also
Yeah.
be, a part of the analyst desk or something. But hey, this is the scope that we've been waiting for. And finally, after
Yeah.
a very long day, they were united, having a little reason to smile.
Yep, and the one I want to highlight is X10 Crit had a terrible game. It feels
Yeah.
like this is an X10's game, and potentially there's a world here where they struggle to make top 10 once Group A standings get mixed in with this merge.
Probably. But then again, Clutch Minister is suffering defeat very early on. Another bad game for them. They've only had like 1 decent game so far, and even then they weren't able to do all that much. And this is the number 1 team from the qualifiers struggling. I can't even imagine what's going to be going on in the minds of HAIWAAN Gaming, a team who did win a couple of games in the qualifiers, but they didn't have that great of a showing. Even PABB are doing better than them, so that is something to be aware of. But then we take a look at high dynamics range, and my heart goes out to those guys, right? They had a decent rotation path, they were fighting only one team, but that team happened to be Revenant Esports, so they never really stood a
Yeah.
chance.
So something gets a bit harder, doesn't it, once it's Revenant?
Yeah.
For the rest of the teams, though, I think it was a pretty successful game, particularly from Dewa. I'm glad they won a game because they've been good enough to compete with the likes of NXL, with SG Revenant. We've seen them do that all day, and it's nice that they finally actually get a map so that they could show that they do deserve to stand amongst the Titans.
And the Titans might change for the upcoming games. And Esports and NSL have really started to step it up after game 3 and 4. In the first 2 games, we were still seeing Revenant Esports taking names and kicking ass. And to some extent, even X10 was having a damn good game, damn good day towards the start. But the last 2 games have been somewhat lackluster for them. But hopefully they can still mount a comeback in the last game of the day. We still have the World's Edge game remaining. And that one's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I cannot wait for that. In fact, I can't wait to see how Group A do against Group C here. Once you put Reignite into the mix, what happens? Just what happens? Will it be chaos, or are we going to be seeing the likes of Reignite have kind of these huge games? So I don't want to find out. And actually, I believe that's tomorrow. Actually, when Group A goes up against Group C, so lots to look forward to.
Indeed, a lot to look forward to. We have a whole day of action remaining where Group A and C face each other. Today, we still have one more match remaining. And you know it, Tremor, the last game of the day is always going to be super duper entertaining. So you guys
Yep.
do not want to miss it. Before we hop into the game, though, we're going to be going into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We are now moving on to, I believe, our fifth and final map after what has been an absolute bloodshed of a battle almost between groups. Group B and Group C both have been duking it out, and with our last game being won by them one, it's going to be very interesting to see what they can do now moving into our final map. Of course, I'm Castle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Crips. How are you feeling about this one, Crips?
Let's just say I'm a little unsure about how this game is going to pan out.
Hmm.
So far, we haven't had one single team dominating the entire day. Everyone's having their own turn. There was a time when X10 made it work. Or there was a time when, sorry about that one. There was a time when NXL almost had the game in the bag, but it was stolen away from them. And even BRP, who didn't really have that great of a day, had this one amazing pop-off game, which I think can keep them afloat. So that way, we haven't really been able to see one dominant team emerge today. Whereas yesterday we had this whole two-horse race going on between Reignite and Revenant Esports. We aren't really seeing anything along the lines of that today. So that's good. I like it because that keeps the competition closer and tighter.
Absolutely. Also means that in terms of competition, we're going to be seeing a lot more emphasis on these kind of final five placements. Puts a lot more pressure on all of these teams when they are calculating whether or not they should take a duel and risk being third-partied.
Yeah, the risk is always going to be there, but sometimes these teams have no other choice but to fight each other, especially when they have to move into the zone and just find a place for themselves, find a place to call home. That's why all these defensive characters like Watsons and Caustics just become so much more relevant in the last game. It buys you all this time. And the longer you keep an enemy out of your particular building, the longer they can get shot by somebody else from a completely different part of the map. Sure, that might result in a couple of kills being stolen away from you, but it definitely builds that added layer of security.
You're absolutely right. And for me, in terms of layers of security as well, you talk about drop points because we have seen very, very passive first and second rings in our games yesterday. It wasn't also uncommon to see teams sort of fall in the first kind of ring or so, but that just isn't the case here. We've seen one or two picks maybe, but that's about it. It's been very, very passive, and what it means is when we get to our fifth and sixth rings, we're seeing kind of 20, 30 players left alive. However, welcome to our third and final game, and for me and Crips, this is absolutely going to be the most action-packed. I can feel it.
Woo. Yeah, I can feel it in my veins too. I have this tingling sensation. You know, the hair on the back of my neck is like starting to get a little goosebumpy. That's how you know that this game is going to be super intense. Revenant Esports are going towards the tree. Okay, they have switched things up. They were pretty happy with Thermal Station and where they were before, but them going to its 3 now is definitely a safer choice for them. EXO in staging. We've got Dewa United Esports inside of Lava Siphon. Northside Esports have always been in Harvester, so they're pretty happy, especially with the amount of loot that they have just acquired with that loot box. But Climatizer, that's going to be contested heavily. SNG have already gotten this Gibraltar down to such low HP, but Night King had absolutely no intentions of running away and saving his life. He was just hoping to file the shield swap inside those bins. That's what I'm assuming he was doing, still looting around instead of running. But now that they're down to the last man, SNG have more than enough space to hunt down this player. I don't think there's any team close to them either, so they don't have to worry about third parties too.
Not at all, and it's just going to be a quick shutdown and a quick elimination for CRYPTIX to end the day on a fairly weak note. However, for the rest of SNG, what's your solution? What do you change now moving into these next couple of rings? Well, thus far, nothing much needs to change because why fix what isn't broken? I'm really interested to see how Revenant are doing in their new drop zone.
Yeah, Revenant Esports, I'm not even worried about them. I'm more worried about this fight that's happening between the members of Ravi Gang YT, and I think that's going to be PROJECTXXX. Oh, they just wiped out before we even switched to them. But on the kill feed, I noticed something funny. Rapunzel, who we see as dead right now, Rapunzel was able to knock out a player who in turn knocked him out. And it's happened quite a few times to me in Apex where I'm fighting this guy 1v1 and we both knock each other out, and that's really funny when it happens. I just wish we got to see it on screen. That would have That would have definitely gotten us some laughs.
Would have brought some smiles. What is going to bring us smiles, though, Crips, is the Carnage. That's something to be happy about. And I tell you what, for DreamFire, a team which has been pretty aggressive for the majority of this game now, it's going to be looking to make that success now. Look, with complete control of center here, and no one seems to be challenging it.
I think nobody wants to challenge anyone in the early game stages, but Matt D, he's picked up the fuse this time. Now that's an interesting pick.
Yeah, we're seeing some really hybrid legends come out here. And I can't help but think that potentially it's because Bomber Boys, you know, they've not had a great game so far. Why not? Why not experiment? Maybe it works. If it does, awesome. If it doesn't, don't worry. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. And last few times that Bomber Boys have been in this lobby, they haven't really been bombing quite a lot. Or they haven't really been living up to the names. So maybe now they pick up this Australian legend, Mr. Fusey, and give him a bunch of grenades. They can actually stand up to their name. Bomber Boys without the bombs. Revenant Esports landing inside of Geyser, revealing the position to everyone, and still crafting away underneath that Gibraltar bubble. That's the kind of bravery I want in my life.
That's impressive that they're able to get away with that. Bear in mind that there is another team here to fight with them. It's Dewa from the looks of it.
It's Dewa and the Bomber Boys.
Yeah, they're hoping for an angle. Both of them could see each other on the other side of this glass, but no one wants to be the one to fire the first shot.
Yeah, now, this is what happens when you've got not so nice neighbors. You see each other every day. You see each other through the windows. You see each other while you're going out for your early morning walk. If you're going down to the grocery store to get some milk. You wave at them, but you don't talk to each other. When you do talk to each other, it's with bullets.
Up the helmet there as well. Just trying to juggle some utility from Dewa. I think they realize as well that because there's another team here, it isn't a matter of who fires the first shot, it's who fires the kind of third shot, who's the one who does the third partying here, because they're the ones who are probably going to be winning this fight. So they're just going quiet. They're hoping to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible, just so someone else starts the engagement.
Yeah, but these snake-type buildings aren't really the best places to hold, you know? They can easily turn into death traps if things go wrong. First of all, there's just plenty of open windows, so the midsection of these buildings can be easily exploited. There's 3 doors on either side, and you can't defend every single one of them unless you have like a caustic or something else.
Sonar ping is going to go out. But they know an attack's coming. They know they have to brace for it. But they just haven't taken that duel as of yet. Instead, they were lock in for the time being. I'm interested to see if 1 HP is still alive. The team I highlighted earlier, considering how they've had some really effective games, it's just been these final sort of rings that have been what have finished them off.
Yeah, even I'm excited to see whether or not 1 HP can finally put up a better performance in this game. They've been having lackluster games all throughout, and it's about time that the sun shines upon them. But speaking of shining, it's DreamFire who are shining like a diamond in the sky as they use their skyward dive to get up and hopefully go to a safe spot.
Absolutely right. Drop down to the lava from EXO. EXO looking to take a bit of a cross-country route here. One I don't think is actually possible to go from that angle.
Yeah, it's... You're gonna have to go around the other side, but hey, at least they haven't taken the lava damage, right? We saw so many teams in the previous World's Edge game just boil alive inside Lava Fissure. There's a lot of places related to lava in this map. There's Lava City, there's Lava Siphon, there's Lava Fissure. Like, somebody needs to be a little more creative with the names.
2 shots get deployed. Bit of harassment, but nothing else. And I want to highlight where X10 are. Look how far out the zone they are. They have a huge exodus to make.
Speaking of exodus, here comes EXO Clan. knocking on the doors, and so is BRP. This Mad Maggie ult can actually do so much if they manage to connect, but nah, it doesn't happen. It stuns them temporarily, but all the momentum that BRP had built up on the back of that wrecking ball has now been negated, so they have to start fresh. It's almost like going back to square one, except the difference is you've used up quite a lot of your meds now, and you've given your enemies a chance to escape, something that you will definitely regret. The enemy will now make it to the bridge ahead. That's a much better position to hold, but hey, they find another team to fight with, and I think that should be good enough. That's gonna keep BRP occupied for now. They've split up. You have the Gibby alongside the Valkyrie just moving ahead. Meanwhile, it's just Dexter who's holding back. On the side of BRP, they have only one player sent ahead. The other two players are holding it back. In fact, one of the players has even dropped down to the ground, hoping to gather some more meds before they finally get inside. But Esports Club holding the cave just towards the north of Geyser. This is a position where you can get easily third-partied. If not, you might just get trapped. But the shotguns go up against each other, point blank. And it's Jilun who's just trying to get the angle onto the other Valkyrie. Valk versus Valk, both of them trying to bat up at the same time, but Jilun goes down as Kissnas. He finds the angle, finds the timing as well. Can Holiday survive this one? In a tight, narrow space like this, even the best of the best gravity welds won't do anything. Oh, almost tried to go for the stick.
It's just not enough. NXL, they continue a rampage through these tunnels, finishing off one player at a time, and with that, I may be heartbroken to tell you that Team ANT aren't long for this world. There it is. They're eliminated. NXL, they emerge victorious. They also emerge with all the juicy loot that ANT was kind enough to bring to them. Elsewhere, DreamFire looking to take a huge fight here. This is going to be a massive engagement with all the teams getting ready to make their rotation towards the center of this ring.
Yeah, and the center of the ring is going to be a treacherous place because the Geyser does not have a lot of buildings. There's just 4 buildings at the max. And 2 of them can be counted as one because it's like a U-shaped one. SNG, they're still hanging out outside the zone, and while they do have time to get inside, it's just the 3rd ring. They won't have to worry about too much, but they nail that Oxnare. Archangel has nowhere to run. He gets stuck, and X-Shoddy gets the better of him.
They do. They're not quite able to follow it up, though. They're not quite able to confirm that kill. Instead, it's just a down. They're trying to use it as an opportunity to bait in more players here.
HAIWAAN Gaming lacking members, but that doesn't let them, it doesn't get in the way of them taking down Icky Blue. That was a good kill. Noxy has already fallen back into Big Mod, with Wallard also trying to make his way up there. Since he's the balcony, he can easily get up, but they don't want to get up now, do they? They want to go ahead and push this fight once more. They just want to heal up and get back into the action.
SNG. Huge amount of utility being deployed onto them as they try to cross. All this gunfire making movement just that bit harder. Now as they continue to just be harassed, it's a matter of just shielding up. They're just not picking the angles. They can't risk burning all their utility on mere tickle damage, on mere flirting from another team here.
Oh, Bomber Boys in a little bit of trouble. Probably lost most of their members. It's just the Ash left. Daniel Avocado needs to channel his inner racer and get the hell out of here. But there's nowhere left to run. He's gonna have to fight his way. And here it goes. He's trying to go in for the full send. Switches over to the HAIWAAN, but it's not enough. Bomber Boys die at the hands of Noxy.
BRP now. Not the most comfy of positions. High ground is in their favor, though. And so long as this high ground is in their favor, they're going to be able to really ruin the day of anyone who wants to fight them. Unfortunately, this zone is going to force them out of position very, very shortly.
It is going to force them out of position, but that applies for the team ahead of them as well. Now, they can see the team ahead of them already start to make their way into the zone, so BRP, they can be, comfortable with the fact that there won't be any gatekeeping attempts against them, because The team that can gatekeep them is also getting gatekept, so, you know, priorities need to be sorted out for the others. But High Dynamic Range are trying to get inside this very house. It's not going to be enough because they have a team behind them as well. The doors are open, and Rooney 301 already goes down. Ricken's running alive. He can't even get away from here using his Assault. And it's like they were just meant for this. They were meant to die here. They get sandwiched in between Northside Esports and their opponents on the other side. Can this actually turn into a 3v3 once again? There's no doors on either building.
Got a bandit.
Just look at the symphony of bullets being fired across. There, the charge rifle at range is holding this doorway firm, meaning no one's going to be able to get through. But it also means that no one's going to be able to push these players of Dewa, and they're already in position. They're already in the zone.
For now, yes. Oh, but look at this dome. It enables them to get up close and personal. Looks like Dewa United really want to go in. Oh, that's sneaky. They don't want to just go in. They just wanted to grab the shields from the box on the other side over there. Cheeky.
That's so cheeky. I love it. Absolutely love it. Dewa, what can you do from here? Utility in hand. Charge rifle no longer a problem, but on the topic of charge rifle, it's SNG on their rotation now, who are having to just drop all of their grenades just to get into a decent position. It's a lovely usage of those grenades, but now what can you do with it?
SNG, they're getting bombarded. Oh my goodness, the amount of Oxstars and nades being thrown at them, it's not even funny. They've got Mad Maggie drills as well on top. How are they even alive? The fact that they only lost one player really surprises me. But that one player just happens to be the Gibby. The only person who could have saved them from this mess. The beam is amazing, but will they be able to get player K on his feet just in the nick of time? They're already taking a lot of ring damage, and they need to get the hell out of here as well. And while Reignite has managed to find a little corner for himself, I'm not sure if Stricken Flame can do the same. Just about gets in, but now how do they get out? There's the ring directly behind them. Okay, at least they have a little bit of breathing room.
Only goes so far, and once again, without the high ground, this is such a difficult position to get out of. Maybe a Valcolt might give him a bit of a chance here, but even then with only 2 players, that's a huge risk. Elsewhere, NXL looking to punish these Valkyries from this little tunnel they found themselves in. A really strong position from NXL, actually. This could really merit them some kills.
And I loved it. Just a few moments ago, NXL were fighting inside that cave against Anti-Esports. I'm like, I was worried if a third party shows up over there, then NXL is dead for sure. But nothing happened. They get outside as well. And more than that, they find a place to call home. They have this little compound for themselves, but now they realize that they're not alone over here. There's someone on the other side too, and it's none other than DreamFire. DreamFire have already lost. Oh no, that was the star sniper for the team in the previous game, but Big C gets flanked from behind, forced to use the Gibby bubble for now. The Maggie Riot drill forcing them outside, but they can't even go inside because the caustic traps are in the way. They have no choice. They use the Gibby ult on top of the other team who is trying to take pot shots at them from the other side, just so that they can get a little bit of space to focus on DreamFire, who's still their primary opponent.
So much utility is getting expended, and this is before we're even in this 5th zone. 4th zone hasn't even closed in yet, and now NXL pinched from both angles. They need to pick a 1v1, and they need to win it. There's the pick, there's the swing, there's the crack. Not quite the kill, but that may have been enough space. The counter caustic shell is going to keep Big Z away. This caustic is making these rooms so difficult to hold, and now here comes the Valkyrie utility as well.
Oh, NXL, they had their hands full against DreamFire, but now they have to face BRP too. This is just way too much responsibility for the side of NXL. Let's see if BRP can actually hold on to this one or not, because they also might just have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. They almost suffer a knock, but they get away in the nick of time. Are you serious right now? A 4th party is on their way, but the Oxstars actually connect, and this should be the saving grace that NXL have been waiting for. They can't afford to fight BRP for too long, so they might as well just focus on this 4th team who have just walked in. And the nades, they are just so good. DreamFire, they won't be allowed to escape. Even Dewa United are trying to get a piece of the action, but the nade blows up 2 of their members. This is tit for tat. Dewa did the same thing to NSL in the previous game, and now NXL give them a taste of their own medicine.
NXL full. It's all onto DreamFire to keep this building alive. They need to heal, they need the space, but they just can't. This whole time, X10 Crit from the high ground, accompanied by Revenant, have both been able to live relatively scot-free. Now they're just going to continue picking off these players wherever possible. However, Revenant from both angles continue to be damaged. NXL elsewhere in the building continue to be harassed. It's carnage all over the map. Welcome to the sarcophany of carcasses as NXL desperately try to find an angle to work with. This zone closing in is just going to make their life even harder as they're able to pick their teammate up. But even though their teammate's been picked up, what can they do with a follow-up? What can they do in terms of healing, the meds, the grenades, the ammo? It's all going to start running low here, Crips.
They're lucky there's plenty of dead boxes around, but the problem over here is, can NXL even access those? They managed to successfully hold off Dewa Esports, and they also deal with DreamFire to some extent, but BRP is still around the corner. Luckily for them, Revenant Esports is keeping everybody else busy. That's why NXL can find the space they need to focus on Player K and his boys, and with that, BRP has been eliminated too. NXL survive a fourth party situation. That's just nuts.
NXL shouldn't be alive right now. They shouldn't be, frankly. And the fact that they've got all 3 players left standing with a building in the final zone is insane.
Absolutely insane. They kill the third and the fourth party. How do NXL get past this one? They've made things easier for themselves. Now the only team standing in their way is going to be Revenant Esports, who already have their hands full. So NXL can just basically chill, get some pot shots. And inside one of the boxes that NXL has around them is also a Kraber, a game-changing weapon for sure.
Do we see them retrieve the Kraber at what is essentially point blank? It would be very interesting if they did, and I would love to see it used. Mastiff, instant bit of damage there. Still yet to follow it up, though.
Oh, so they'd have the Kraber and the Mastiff as well. I wonder if they've actually found the Kraber. It is in one of the dead boxes close to them, but let's see if they actually choose to exercise that option. But still, up close and personal like this, the Mastiff should be almost like a WMD. That nade also has the potential to be a WMD. All of those people, those guys are just stuck inside over there. That tiny clip is all they have. Oh, and by popping the caustic canisters, they found out that there's one more player close to them. Kissnas just gets away by the... He gets away by the skin of his teeth. But Zartasas now has to find out who's above them. Rather, it's under them, and it's none other than X10. NXL and X10, like we said, have been having quite a lot of rivalry moments, but Revenant Esports are the ones who are in trouble. X10 are focusing to get inside this Gibby Dome, and just as they're trying to go for the revive, X10 move inside and the knockout Mexius as well. They're playing so well right now.
They're doing absolutely beautifully. There's a bit of a crossfire from one of the remaining squads, but it's frankly not enough. This final player about to be caught out. There's that kill as once the caustic gas actually get the final blow, but it doesn't matter because there are still 2 other teams who are watch on in horror as NXL continue this rampage. There's X10, the team that have had such a shaky performance all day, looking to continue this rampage here. The other side of this building, not quite committing to a fight just yet. Instead, when it comes to dueling, holding the cross. X10 still desperately trying to hold back now, trying to pull back as this zone closes even quicker.
Find themselves at the edge of this building. They don't want to go inside because they know there's a bunch of caustic traps over there. Triggering one of those will give away their position. If they stay outside, they can just kill the rat deads towards their left-hand side, hiding on the cliff below. EXO Clan has taken the position above, and while that is a decent position for EXO Clan, X10 can do absolutely nothing about it. They can't even afford to climb up on top of the house. They might have just got to go throughout the inside. Both those options are equally undesirable, so they try to go for a third option that is under. Ooh. And Revenant Esports had the same idea, but they die. They succumb a very gruesome death. Nichirusama climbs above and takes one more knock for himself. This Bolt is going absolutely insane.
There's no ammo left in this vault, though. All of a sudden, ammo becomes the biggest curse. Rapunzel's so desperately low on HP. Every single team just hunker down. The bombardments come in. They don't want anything to do with this fight. On the high ground, there goes EXO. It's down to the final 2. X10, can they hold on? Can they keep themselves alive? The damage from above, it's certainly a lot, but is it enough to topple them? There goes Cosmic Traps up from above. There goes NXL. Now it's down to the final two players. Already no HP on Rapunzel. It's just not enough though. NXL, they emerge as your champions. And like that, NXL, they take map 5, and I believe become the first team to take 2 maps in one of our days.
We have our Apex champions.
What is with these guys? They survive a fourth party situation first, then they move in and fight 3 more teams? I'm assuming they've definitely crossed the 15 kill marker this game. They have to, there's no other way.
Absolutely. That was an incredible game. On top of the fact that they win it. They're going to be, I think that's a good 30, 40 point game from them there. Maybe even more.
30 at the minimum. And I swear to God, the fact that they were able to survive that initial skirmish where I believe it was PRB and Dream Team, they were both fading them at the same time. They survived both those teams as well. And that itself was a win in my books. That itself made me pretty impressed. But then they do more than that. They just continue to go above and beyond and surprise us.
The fact they almost managed to make a vault run out of ammo as well is so impressive. Like, they played out of their minds there for NXL. And the fact that they were able to survive that final skirmish at the end, where they could neither go in the building, they couldn't go above the building, they couldn't go around the building. They had to just lock themselves in place and hope they don't get killed.
Yeah, they just had to stay underneath over there. The last few straggling members of Revenant Esports were found. And while there was defensive bombardment from the sky raining down, they used up their Gibby bubble quite early. And I thought, okay, shit, this is the end. They used their bubble up. They had to protect themselves from the defensive bombardment. This might mean that they will die. But even then, they just stayed underneath, and that was good enough.
Let's take a moment to look at the highlights, because something tells me we are about to see a lot of them. This was an action-packed game of 5, that is for sure. And for me, I want to highlight the rifle play we saw from NXL. The fact they were kind of 100ing to 0 players in one magazine from that R301.
Oh yeah, that was incredible. If you've got beams power like that, there's nobody that can go up against you. NXL, they have everything going against them, but despite the odds, they punched through. First, it was that fight inside the cave. I literally forgot about that cave fight, you know, because NXL did so much ridiculous stuff after that. I forgot that they were at one point inside the vault cave, and they were fighting against a team who they had no business winning against. But they get past that, they get into the zone. Even BRP did pretty well. And they were able to revive PlayKK. I'm sorry, they were not able to revive him, but I do believe they grabbed his banner and somehow got him on later on. So, I'm not sure how they managed to do that. Maybe like a mobile respawn beacon or something. But still, BRP then tried to create problems for NXL over here. Even X10 tried to do the same. Naturally, we know what happened after that.
That we do, and I'm actually very impressed with X10 Crit as well. They got a lot of kills in the latter stages of that round, of that game, and I think so much so actually that there's a world where potentially X10 got more kills than NXL did, but of course they didn't have the placements.
Yeah, we'll have to take
That's the high ground, by the way.
Yeah. again with the high ground. It's okay. Yeah. You convinced me, Kramer. You've convinced me.
My theory, clear.
Yeah. My theory has several conditions to it, right? It's these little small stars that you see at the end of those massive sale codes that say terms and conditions apply. Yeah, my theory has terms and conditions applied. It has the little star at the end.
Doesn't make a very good rule then, does it? If there requires to be terms and conditions for it to work. But in just a moment, we'll be able to see the scoreboard and the standings, of course, after day 2. Let's see who is going to be emerging as our victors. There you go, NXL. No surprises there. A dominant game on their parts. In just a moment, though, I believe we'll be able to see the overall standings for today. With NXL's performance, I think they're topping it.
I think they can definitely get to the top. If not, then at least the top 3. Both them and X10 did pretty well today. And it's starting to come to me that X10 might just be a better team on World's Edge than they are on Stomppoint. Or maybe that was just a bad game for them in the previous one. I could be wrong over here, but so far that's what the pattern indicates. But they were United. These guys are super consistent. So is EXO Clan. They didn't get a lot of kills this time, but 7 placement points from the side of EXO Clan is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. It really isn't. And I think that for EXO, while they didn't kill many players, they held areas, they held that building for such a long time. They sort of ruled it out of the map for anyone. And so no one even dare fight them. Anyone was too scared to fight them rather than they just didn't hunt for kills.
Oh. Speaking of fighting, Revenant Esports bit off a bit more than they can chew. They were one of the teams who had a nice little themselves. They had a building. They were safe in there. Of course, they had to leave it eventually, and that's why they were forced to fight with one of the teams on the other side of that building. And that was the only team that they were able to wipe out, by the way. After that, they lost two of their members, and I believe it was Belkun who had to survive for the team and keep the hope alive, carry the torch forward.
Yeah. Oh, you're absolutely right. For Revenant, as you mentioned, yeah, having one player left alive, I am very surprised they lasted as long as they did with only one player. In fact, the only reason they died is because he had to make like a Hail Mary sprint under that building like a tabby cat scared of a car. But it just wasn't enough, was it? They ran into the waiting arms of X10, who just wiped them. And I was surprised actually with how badly Ants did this game as well.
Oh yeah, anti-sports were just steamrolled over. I'm not even sure how. It was not supposed to happen like that. But
Mm,
I can say the same for DreamFire as well, right? They
yeah.
had a good position. They had a nice little building for themselves. NXL tries to knock on the door. DreamFire managed to hold off long enough. And then NXL start to get third-partied by BRP. Even more problems start to show up when Dewa United Esports roll around. But these guys, NXL, they deal with both of them, and then they kill DreamFire too. It's funny how they can survive a fourth party situation like that and just still walk away with all three players. That is super,
Yeah.
super surprising for me.
To be able to play that effectively as well. They really, really were just up against it and were able to deliver. In just a moment, we'll be able to bring up the final standings of today. Crips, is there any team that you think has done particularly well that you expect to see up there?
Definitely NXL. Sure, they were able to win 2 games, but
Mhm.
I now am starting to doubt if Revenant Esports are up there anymore or not. I think they might have slipped down.
Yeah.
They had a decent bit of point collections today, like 7 to
Yeah.
8 points per game on an average, but that's nothing compared to the 25-point average that they were pulling off yesterday. They are definitely going to be
Yeah.
above the 100-point marker, and sure, the gap between them and Reignite will have increased. There's going to be a few other teams who are standing in between them and Reignite now. So let's see if this rivalry sees
Mm.
itself getting hotter and hotter tomorrow.
I'm really interested to see how Reignite are going to be able to fare against the likes of these teams in future games. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow how they're going to do against the likes of EXO, for instance. And for me, Reignite, they're a team that they don't shy away from anything, do they? You know, they'll happily bring out the Rampart, they'll happily bring out the weird compositions that we're not expecting. And
Oh my god.
against Group C, a group where there are a lot of mixes rather than established teams, there's the space to do that. There's the space to go wild. There's the space to have fun with it. So I personally would really want to see how Reignite mess with everyone tomorrow.
Well, if Reignite can mount a comeback and start clawing their way back up, then maybe Revenant Esports will have a little run for their money. Keep in mind that
Yep,
Revenant Esports is not going to be playing tomorrow. So, as many points as they can gather today, that is it for them. That's
that's it.
all that they're going to be having.
Let's take a look though. The graphic is ready. Let's see how these standings are. Oh, we've just been told buy some time. That's like we can buy some time. Hope you have a good day, Crips. Hope everyone in the chat's having a good day. Do
I'm
we
having a
talk from here
damn
on
good
out?
day.
Yeah, you
Honestly,
damn
yeah.
good day. That's good, man. That's
Well,
good. So as us, where can we find the overall standings in about however long buy some time lasts? So
uh,
hopefully only a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, time can be bought, but mental peace, not that much. And after the performance today, I think some of these teams will really require that mental peace, especially the teams of Group C, who as a unit collectively underperformed.
Pretty badly, yeah. Clutch Ministers, for me, was a team you hyped up quite a lot. I was really excited to see how they'll do, and I don't think they got more than 5 points total. They really struggled. I think what happened is they got completely ruined on the first 2 rounds, and then actually just didn't show up for their final 3.
Yeah, just that tends to mess with their minds. They are a very momentum dependent team, and if they start having these good games where they're getting kills early on, then they're absolutely unstoppable. But yeah, they don't really do that if they don't even get a good start. So it just comes down to inertia for teams like Clutch Ministers and 1HP, who were, by the way, very, very dominant during the qualifiers, but now they're just simply not having a good time. I'm surprised that HAIWAAN Gaming has more points than Clutch Ministers and 1HP.
Mm,
HAIWAAN Gaming was one of those teams who were just getting by the skin of their teeth. In fact, they barely made it to this stage of the Intel and Lenovo Rise of Legion tournament. They were either fourth
mm.
or fifth in their particular qualifier. I don't remember exactly what position, but yeah, they didn't have a lot of points. They just about made it. But surprisingly, they are doing better than the other qualifier favorite teams over here. So that's a
Cool.
surprise for me.
For me, it's consistency. It doesn't matter how bad your bad is, so long as your good is consistent. And yes, if your best is best in the world, but you can only repeat it once every couple of months, then there's no point in being the best in the world. It's the consistency that matters. And so, for teams like HAIWAAN who have been able to go through the qualifiers, yes, they struggled, but have now gone here and they're placing the same, regardless of what teams they're against. For me, says quite a bit actually about their tempo as a team.
Yeah, I like the way that all these teams are still not giving up, you know? Of course, the teams who have qualified knew for a fact that there are teams who are several times stronger than them coming into the tournament. There are teams over here who've competed in ALGS. There are teams who have won the ALGS over here. So naturally, you're up against the best of the best. But I just hope that they can keep fighting even in the face of certain defeat.
Oh, bear in mind that Reignite, they literally just won LGS, came back here and invented this. So there really isn't much Reignite can't do, to be honest. And that would explain why they're having fun with the Rampart and stuff. So okay, tomorrow when we do see Reignite kind of join the mix, let's see what they look to do against these other teams.
Reignite is one team I'm really excited to look at. Um, since it's gonna be A and C tomorrow, I'm excited to see Team Burger as well. Team Burger is also one of those amazing teams who you can expect a lot from. Jaro from that team, one of the finest players in the world. And while Team Burger did show up in all the Stormpoint games yesterday, they couldn't really do much in World's Edge.
Hmm. They couldn't. I'm surprised by the fact that I don't even think it was a map, to be honest. It feels like they just got really unlucky when they played World's Edge. I
Probably.
don't think it was playstyle because we saw kind of transferable skills from yesterday. They just hit World's Edge and just died.
Again, I mean, some of these teams have their better maps, or sometimes it's
Hmm.
just the properties of having more area to yourself that helps these teams. Of course, nobody will feel good when you're trapped in a claustrophobic tight ring like this, where you can't even leave
Yep.
your room. And if you even try to do that, three other teams will shoot at you. That just becomes super uncomfortable. But what I'm happy about is that at least this last game wasn't one of those super crowded, super compact areas, right? I mean, towards
Yes.
the end of the
Yeah.
game, there were just 3 or 4 teams left, which is a manageable number as compared to 7 or 8 teams.
Hmm. It shows that there was shows there was some serious commitment to taking these longer
Mm,
range fights, actually being able to convert them. I think kind of map 1, map 2, it was very clustery. It was,
yeah.
towards the ends of those maps, it turned into a real sausage fest. But thankfully, it was kind of the longer that game went on, the more established teams got, the more comfortable teams got, sort of dueling one another, and it meant that we started seeing more range come out in these gunplay.
Definitely. As the teams start to get more and more comfortable, I think they will even start to perform better. Or if not perform better, at least they'll start taking those risky maneuvers, which they
Yeah.
always wanted to do, but they haven't been able to. So I kind of want to see some of those risky maneuvers, man, especially from the top teams right now. Teams like, let's say, X10 and NXL and all these guys,
Yeah.
the ones who are on top and they know for a fact that they're not in danger. Agree that they want to get as many points as possible, but keep in mind that the only objective of the group stage is to get inside the top 20. If they can experiment something over here, which will be useful to them in the finals, that would be the ideal situation. So maybe they can try it out.
We'll have to wait and see. Just so we'll be able to bring up our scoreboard, hopefully. We are running out of filler, aren't we, Chris? We have to keep going for as long as we can because the maths for one map is hard. Doing all 5 of them together, then adding it up. God, that's a good thing we're casters, isn't it, and not admins. So
Yeah.
while our admin team is on that, something I want to highlight is I'm surprised that we're seeing so much usage from our 3030s. For me, they are kind of bad. Particularly at range, the bullet drop is just so huge that their comfort is sort of mid-range, where the R301 would usually excel. With the R301, of course, being in the shop, that's the only reason I think we're seeing 3030s. Just because an R301 does everything and better.
When the 3030 first came out, I thought that, hey, cool, this is just like the wingman, but you can attach like a much bigger scope on it, so I'll use it quite a lot. And I was using it, I loved it, but then I realized that the iron sights on this one are just so bad. I personally do not like the 3030 iron sights. If I get a scope, then I probably wouldn't mind using it all that much.
I believe it's based off a lever action Winchester. If I'm
I think so, yeah. It does look like one of those old Winchester models, right?
yeah, it's a Winchester 1837. Yeah, and so what's pretty cool about the Winchester 1837 is if you get enough practice, the way it works, you pull down and the lever goes back, pulls next cartridge in. You can flip the gun around and spin it as you lever it if you get good
Ooh.
enough, which I'm absolutely
Ooh.
not, but you can be. Let's look at the standings though. Let's look at standings. Revenant still on top, but that lead is considerably less.
Oh yeah, they had a 20-point lead against Reignite yesterday. They still have a decent lead over Esports, but their opponents have definitely changed. But then you take a look at the teams in position 2, 3, 4. They have just such little gaps in between each other. Esports at 87. You have X10 Crit at 85, SNG at 82, and then WolfPack at 73. I honestly thought WolfPack would be a little higher up in the hierarchy, but hey, it's
Same.
still doable, right? There's only a 9-point difference between them and SNG, something that can be covered in a matter of just one game.
And I want to highlight fourth, third, and second. There's only about 5 points between them. So a really, really close pack for our top 5 here. And to actually further the close score lines, you go back to kind of 9th to 12th. Again, only 8 points in it. There is not much separating our top from our bottom here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing just what Reignite, ATH, and potentially Team GoTo can do tomorrow when their names are thrown into the mix.
Whew. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going to happen when Team Burger step in as well. Team Burger are also a team that everyone expects a lot from, but then they're sitting at the 14th position right now. And DreamFire, while they were present in several late game situations, they just simply don't have enough kills to keep themselves going, and that's why they find themselves in 15th place.
You're absolutely right. Something I want to highlight is how the kill points for Revenant are carrying them significantly right now. Way more kill points than placement points. Further down to the rankings, surprisingly, North Side are struggling here. I thought they'd have been doing a little bit better. Same for PABB. I think we saw some decent plays from them throughout today. Potentially tomorrow, we might be giving a taste as to what they can bring.
All right, but this is where the things get really interesting, and these are the storylines that we're going to be focusing on tomorrow. High dynamic range, 16 points so far. 1 HP, only 12 points. They need 4 more points to get inside the top 20, and all these teams who are outside of top 20 are in quite a lot of danger. In fact, I wouldn't even say that the teams outside of top 20 are in danger. Everyone who's below top 15 is in danger because even those teams can still take a nice little beating. Even those teams can be overthrown.
You're absolutely right. And what I want to highlight is that Clutch Ministers, 1 point. Not a single kill in the Rise of Legion, which is really disappointing.
They were one of the teams that we expected would win as well. Bomber Boys, PROJECTXXX, 420. These are all teams that were getting absolutely destroyed by the likes of Clutch Ministers and 1 HP the other day. At least one HP still has double digits. Ministers, I can't really say the same. They find themselves in a situation where they would have never thought they'd find themselves in a million years.
I'm interested to see if there's any recovery from these teams, kind of in the bottom, kind of 15 and below. I would love to see. I would love to see a huge comeback story from one of these teams. I
Same.
think Northside have the potential to do it, maybe, but it'll be
Northside
tough.
seemed to be really, really, you know, stable with their rotations. Their rotations were pretty safe. They didn't go for anything unorthodox. Kept themselves alive up until the fourth circle, but as soon as the fifth one comes through, that's when they start to face a little bit of trouble. Before we wrap up the day, any other teams that you want to, talk about? Any teams you want to point out something about?
I think our buy for time is to talk about absolutely everyone. To be honest, I'm really looking forward though to see how Reignite are going to be doing tomorrow though. But I think that goes without saying.
Yeah. Well, that was it from our side today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scripps. With me was Scrammer3. And we'll see you again tomorrow. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so that you never miss another update when we go live. We'll see you again tomorrow at the same time and same place. Peace out.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, 100s.